From the heart of the jungles of Yucatan, south of the Rockies, this is Reality Decoded. I am your host, RD, and this is Midnight in the Jungles. Stay tuned, guys. Sit back, relax, prepare to enjoy another exploration down the avenues of alternative possibility throughout the realms of mystery and down the corridors of conspiracy. Midnight in the Jungle starts real soon here on Reality Decoded, brought to you as always from Shit Video Productions. May not be midnight where you are listening, but it is midnight somewhere, if not physically, maybe only metaphorically. But welcome everybody to MITJ, Midnight in the Jungle, here at Reality Decoded. A brand new concept I come up with, which of course is a tribute or homage, if you like, to the late great legendary Art Bell and his midnight talk radio show Midnight in the Desert, a show which I have listened to many times over the years, as well as many of you may well have done, and you should be all too familiar with Art Bell Coast to Coast, Midnight in the Desert, and Dreamland is one of the most prominent figures and outspoken individuals within the realms of mysteries, conspiracies, and awkward goings on, let's just put it that. But this is a latest attempt by myself to try and reignite, relaunch a little bit of interest in a channel that is otherwise already dead in many respects, but there is a little bit of a life left in Reality Decoded before we do pull the plug and put it to sleep permanently, and Midnight in the Jungle is the latest attempt to maybe pump some blood into the system and gain some interest from the viewers that seemingly don't want to tune in as regularly as they once did. But for those regular offenders who have tuned in and joined me this evening for this first, possibly last episode of Midnight in the Jungle, let me just tell you how greatly your viewership is appreciated. And although in the past I have streamed and uploaded videos to the low return of views of a single viewer, I would like to probably improve on those numbers a little bit. And what I really have in store for you with Midnight in the Jungle is still yet to be determined. And some of you may be aware, the original Midnight in the Desert was a call-in show where they used to sort of have a guest that would come and talk about a particular topic and then open up the phone lines for anybody who was listening to call in with questions for the guest. And obviously with a very low viewership, having guest callers and call-in show videos is very, very limited, especially when sometimes only 3 people tune in. You're not going to have an awful lot of calls lined up, ready and waiting with those figures. But at the moment, I am going to sort of stick with a little bit of a tried and not exactly very trusted and tested system of pre-recording some information for you on a particular relevant topic. And who knows, maybe in the future we might open up the phone lines for folks after the presentation to talk about what they saw, ask me questions upon that topic for a little bit of dialogue and interaction. But of course, that is for a future that remains to be seen. Sorry for that stutter. As for what is in store for you folks this evening who have joined me here at Reality Decoded for this pilot episode of Midnight Jungle, I come up with the decision that maybe, just maybe, I would treat you or force you to suffer, torture you, maybe would have been a better choice of words, with my least viewed video presentation, which actually was uploaded as recently as last month and only received 25 views in return. So rather than scrap it and leave it for such a lowly figure and number of people to have enjoyed that, I figured why not relaunch it as a rerun as part of this Midnight in the Jungle pilot project and relaunch of Reality Decoded after a period of temporary retirement. Sometimes you have to step away from the trees in order to see the forest, and also a few, fond emails and encouraging messages asking me to sort of come back, and that people are waiting for new content on this channel, which isn't exactly new content because it was previously uploaded just a few weeks ago, and also contains content that I originally uploaded a few years ago on my first channel, TSP-TV. But we are going to be heading over to Montauk to look at some of the goings on at Camp Hero. And some of you may be familiar with the recent Netflix series Stranger Things, which borrowed its inspiration greatly from Project Montauk. Now, Project Montauk, of course, is infamous in its research into MK Ultra and mind control, creating Manchurian candidates, as well as experimentation in time and interdimensional travel, as well as teleportation, and a whole host of other twisted, wicked, disturbing experimentations that we probably will never ever be blessed to have any knowledge of. Now, all of those things I have just mentioned all feature within the plot of Stranger Things throughout its 4 seasons of running, and it was only recently in real life that we had another Stranger Things incident taking place in a mall in Florida, in which reports of 10-foot creatures, teenagers armed with fireworks, and a whole host of first responders and emergency services descending upon the scene, which is pretty much identical to the finale of Stranger Things Season 3, and is the popularity and purpose of Stranger Things on Netflix readying and preparing the minds of society to accept the possibilities that there are portals to other dimension and alternative realms where demons and demigorgons and mind flayers and a whole host of nasty type of creatures might be just waiting in the shadows, ready for the upside down to appear within our realms and wreak our reign of havoc upon the earth, just as was the case in Stranger Things, which I believe we are awaiting for season 5, which I think will be the conclusion to that series, and in the final episode of season 4, after believing that they had defeated the forces of the Upside Down and closed the portal to the alternative dimension, we were soon to find out that the heroes of that show were all too mistaken, and that the Upside Down was in fact beginning to appear within the streets and surrounding areas of that fictitious village or town of Hawkins. Now, we also are very aware that there are not places just like Montauk. We also have CERN over in Switzerland, and up there in Alaska, the good old HARP facility, which, we've heard all sorts of stories and myths and legends coming from those places. But in real life, we do have people that are experimentation with things like hadron colliders, and I almost said a hard-on collider, which is very difficult to differentiate between at times. But they've been tinkering around for very, very, very long times, not only with, as I said, interdimensional travel, but the prospects and possibilities of time travel. And Project Montauk contains stories of all of those things, which is why it is of a particular interest and fascination to me, and what compelled me to compile a whole bunch of information to sort of highlight the realities of Project Montauk, alongside with the similarities of the plot of the popular Netflix streaming series Stranger Things. And hopefully, if you do stick around till the very end, you will find Project Montauk as interesting as I do. So all that remains, guys, is for me to say sit back, relax, get yourselves comfortable, and prepare to explore the realms of Camp Hero. Hey guys, hopefully that has whetted your appetite a little bit and given you a hunger and thirst for knowledge for some more stuff on Montauk. So here's a little post, a little article from the New York Post. It came out just a few weeks ago, as it happens, at time of recording in October 2024, and it seems the popularity of Stranger Things and the fact that maybe many fans of the show are finding out about the Montauk project and the fact that it's based on real life events, or real life urban legends, should we say. Maybe some of the mainstream articles are covering this as part of as popular interest, but it is interesting little article. We've got some stuff to look at here. Hopefully it won't take too long to get through. Now, I have had to re-record this because for some reason before it was making my eyes go funny and I couldn't read it. So I had to take a little break and come back and try again. So anyway, bear with me as we do try to get through this. So, an individual named Joe, I can't read his second name, so I won't try and butcher it. You can read that for yourself. Has worked at the wild, craggy eastern tip of Long Island, now called Camp Hero State Park, for 18 years. He knows the spooky abandoned military base, which supposedly inspired the Netflix series Stranger Things, as I was just saying, better than most. It's a place that is dominated my life and my nightmares, he told the Post. And here are a few pictures of the place. I don't know if you can see there. That's what it looks like today. And due to the fact that I've zoomed in a little bit, let me see if I can zoom out to get a better look, and I'll zoom back in to read the words. So this is what it looks like, and it is a very, very spooky, scary looking building in its own rights, without adding some of the sort of deep and scary and spooky secrets and mysteries and conspiracies that are alleged to have gone on there. And it kind of does look a little bit sort of similar to a death camp, and has an interesting little piece of graffiti there of a one-eyed alien. But not really that much to see. You can see there they got it like fenced off and stuff, so the public can't sort of go tinkering in and around it. Although people do go there quite a lot. You can find a lot of people that go to Camp Hero and explore it because it is very, very spooky looking. And there it is now. It looks very, very ominous, as I said, almost like a little face there, perhaps, for those two. One there, look, and that could be the mouth, if you're following me. But anyway, let's crack on. Let's get the little words bigger so I can read them and won't be squinting. So Stranger Things fans flock to that, and that's what I'm saying. It's become a little bit of a tourist destination for fanboys and girls of the TV show. All those geeks and nerds out there love that shit. But many of the fans flock to the Cold War era radio tower. But during the Cold War, it was built during the Cold War to warn citizens of possible Soviet nuclear attacks at a former military base here in Montauk. Stories of secret mind control experiments take place here, helped inspire the series. And again, are they kind of trying to discredit the conspiracy theories, the myths, the urban legends, and the stories about the mind control, time travel, aliens, teleportation into parallel dimension in experimentation, stuff like that? Is that all designed to divert us away from the truth by mocking it? But anyway, many people are going there and visiting the place, and this is probably why this article has just come up, because also Stranger Things season 4 is about to air at any some point in the not so distant future. But many locals in Montauk mock the tales about the Camp Hero being at the site of secret government experiments involving mind control, time travel, wormholes, teleportation, and kids hooked up to wires hidden in underground labs. And is that what Save the Children is really all about? Removing these children that have been taken against their wills and have been experimented on. It's got nothing to do with the elites needing adrenochrome, and kids are being kidnapped to be made into McNuggets and milkshakes for them to enjoy, just so they can get their adrenochrome into their system. Um, but anyway, which is also something I think is a little bit of misdirection on the internet during COVIDian eras, keep us distracted, keep us down rabbit holes that go nowhere. But the rumors about this place took place in 1992, 11 years after the base at Camp Hero was shut down. And a book that allegedly has been debunked called The Montauk Project Experiments in Time by Preston Nichols told of sinister Nazi style experiments that meddled genetically and psychologically with kidnapped local boys. And remember Operation Paperclip, guys. You should know all about Operation Paperclip. Those of you who don't, after World War II, the Allied forces, rather than prosecute and imprison or maybe even execute some of these evil Nazi scientists that carried out all sorts of atrocities during World War II, its secret Nazi labs and death camps on other unsuspecting, unwilling humans, they were rounded up and Americanized, given new identities, given plush jobs at the alphabet agencies, and set to work in places like Montauk on stuff that we just spoken about: time travel, wormholes, mind control. Yada yada, whoopie woo, ray tay tay. You should be up to date by now. But historian Henry Osmer's laminants, how do you say that word? He gets upset about the conspiracy theories have brought in gawkers, and by gawkers he means tourists or out of town. You out of town folk, you just don't understand our ways with your electronic communication devices and your horseless carriages that you travel around in. You come to our small town, you don't understand our ways, you don't respect the broken stone. And that's what kind of little small town folk were like, a little bit in English. They didn't trust outsiders. And that's probably a little bit why these sort of people that live in Montauk now are getting upset at the fact that due to the popularity of the show, more and more people and outsiders are coming to their little hamlet. As it is, it's if it's smaller than a village, it is a hamlet. A little bit of education for you there that I'm sure you're going to have already forgotten. But another local rather, Paul Fagan spent 14 years exploring Camp Hero and painstakingly researching government documents at the National Archives in Manhattan. He told the Post there may be a nuclear reactor secretly buried at the site, installed around 1958 as part of the Cold War era Army nuclear power program. Now, Montauk was as we saw in a couple of those little clips, was during World War II, was opened as a sort of defense outpost, gun outpost, in case there were any invading U-boats or Nazi planes descending on the east coast, the northeast coast of the United States. Well, that's what they said it was, but it took place, or it opened up in 1943, which was around the same time that the Philadelphia experiment took place. Coincidence? In much of the results and research as a result of the Philadelphia experiment was then allegedly taken to Montauk, and the experimentation that they found was continued on, progressed, perfected, whatever at Montauk, as the stories go. But anyway, he spent an awful lot of time researching it. It was a nuclear reactor, or used as a nuclear reactor around 1958, and it was also used as an early warning system. It could give 30 minutes notice to American citizens of an impending nuclear strike from the commies. But he suspects that the conspiracy theories about Camp Hero may have been planted, and this is interesting, to deflect from the possible reactor. Is the reactor theory a deflection from the time travel, mind control, wormhole um, theories, right? Controlled opposition, give a little bit of truth but hide it in multiple lies. But this guy, Lafrino, I think that's how you say it, Joe, as his name was. The 53-year-old grew up in Montauk and now works as a park employee at Camp Hero, but he also sincerely believes he is one of the lost and tortured Montauk boys, popularized in Nichols' book. And there, I think, is a picture of him, and there is a scary looking entrance to one of the underground bunkers at Montauk. And there's Joe there, works at what is now Camp Hero State Park, but he believes he was abducted as a boy, taken through one of the old gunnery tunnels to an underground lab where experiments were conducted on him. I didn't believe it until 2 years ago, Joe says. I was hypnotized by a certified hypnotist for about 40 minutes, and all of these memories flooded back. They did a very bad thing to us out there. We were little kids. They had no right experiment on us. It was very dark, very evil thing. He also believes he was abducted and abused during the summer of 1980 and possibly during the summer of 81 when he was 12 or 13. He recalled under hypnosis that another local boy who nobody really knew that much went out with him one day on a bike ride to the base, where they then eventually, as it goes on to say here, they got taken down to an underground bunker by a couple of guys dressed as civilians, and later he and the other boys were then housed in Battery 113, one of the sealed gunneries left from World War II. Now, Battery 113 is kind of about ballistics and cannons and guns and stuff. And that's what battery fire is a terminology to ballistics, I believe. I do have a little bit of military knowledge, but not the greatest to be able to explain exactly what a battery is. But the two batteries, were they actual batteries that were there to power something larger and greater than cannons and guns during World War II? Were these the batteries? There's the power. Batteries, the power source to the underground lab, is what I'm saying. Or are they conductor? Can they conduct and can they emit power? Tesla technology and that sort of stuff. But they were taken down to the underground lab, where he was eventually laid out on a table where they wired him up with electrodes and they analyzed him and his buddies like animals. And he says there was up to 50 of them at one time, and he believes some of them were later killed. Or maybe some of them also died during experiments. But it would be easy to write him off as a cook, but he is gainfully employed at the park, has a steady girlfriend, and appears to have a solid relationship like his kids, and doesn't come across at all like the mad, rambling, frantic, tinfoil hat wearing stereotypical conspiracy theorist that you might picture conjuring up such wild allegations as this. But he said that while under hypnosis, he went to the location he remembered with another parks employee, Charlie, who was also interviewed by the Post. And there they found remnants of a sunken house from his visions. And there is a picture of Al, the character from Stranger Things, hooked up to electrodes similar to what this Joe individual is talking about in his experiences that he remembered under hypnosis. And again, if you were carried out on some mind control experiments, and you might have, and that is the part and parcel of MK Ultra and Monarch, that they implant mimes and memories and programs and instructions to you that you just will have no recollection of whatsoever, but they are in your brain somewhere. And there is on the left hand side the Demo Gorgon, one of the demons that resulted come out of the pool as a result of the experimentation carried out. Now, although the Montauk Camp Hero site was shut down in '83, there's a very, very good chance that the research was relocated and contracted out to an outside government contractor, and probably part of the militarized industrial complex, where they can kind of carry out their clandestine stuff without having to go under the guise of the government, and then the government wouldn't have to cover it up so much, but they could also benefit from it. The research as being a government contractor, and that is the case in Stranger Things, that the secret lab is hidden away under a power plant in secret. And Stranger Things takes place in Hawkins, Indiana, a very, very small town, almost very similar to Montauk, with not very many folks around, just a handful of sort of everybody knows everybody, everybody's into each other's businesses, perfect place to hide in plain sight. But back to the article. As I said, we will be looking a little bit more and talking more about Stranger Things in regard to Montauk, and doing some fiction decoded once this presentation is finished. So I'm only going to bring you this one article because I'm pretty sure you do get a little bit bored of me talking on and on and on, but there are one or two of you that enjoy it for more than just the accent factor. But there are a few more videos and stuff, hopefully, that you'll find interesting and enjoyable before we do return live to the thrift store studio, where, for those of you that have been paying attention, we can maybe discuss and chat about some of the things that we've seen, you're seeing, and are about to see. But if we had a backhoe and my boss let me dig in that spot, which I know he won't, I can guarantee we'd find some cement structures down there, Joe said. Um, and the park superintendent there, Tom Dest, did not return calls for comment, interestingly enough. But filmmaker Christopher, um, that word you can read it yourself. I'm not going to try. Garantano. I did try. Look at me. going against the things in my better nature. But who grew up near Montauk made a 2014 documentary, The Montauk Chronicles, which is pretty interesting. And we are going to not watch it in its entirety, but we do have a few bits and pieces, some trailers in a documentary about the documentary to whet your appetite, and maybe you might want to go and look into that yourself. But that's got some very interesting things in there, and again, sort of, you might have to take some of it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, and some of it may have been dramatized a little bit for sensationalism. But that he detailed the allegations of three men, Al. Um, Nicholas Al Ballot. By the fuck, they always why they also have names that you can never read. Why can't they just be called Dave Andrews or John Smith or Roger Smart or Ian Davis? They're always ridiculous names, and I think that might even be part and parcel of their programming or personas, perhaps. But anyway, these individuals that he documented said that they were brainwashed and forced against their will to take part in the experiments at Camp Hero between 71 and 83. Although Stuart Swallow, what's fucking SS, AB, and Nichols. Trying to think if there's any numerology or gematria going on there. But in the 70s and the 80s, Nichols had led something called the psychotronic movement, which is very interesting in regards to all the things I've been talking about in recent weeks with electromagnetic frequency and social media mind control, and the fact there's a very, very strong possibility and even stronger plausibility that you and I are being controlled electromagnetically by our governments, who are projecting what desired thoughts and behavior patterns they desire into our minds against our will, unknowingly, because many of us have been hypnotized and brainwashed and had our minds controlled by our little artificial intelligent algorithmic handler that resides within our cellular smart technology, surveillance, monitoring, advanced research technology. That's what SMART stands for, and that's what our little artificial handlers do. Find out all of our personal information, just like a Monarch, an MK Ultra handler would, and then uses all that against us in order to control and manipulate our minds and thoughts. But he's saying that they were using electromagnetic waves to plant thoughts in people's heads, and maybe that's what was going on with the residents of Montauk, that the electromagnetic frequencies were being planted in their heads to make them think there was absolutely nothing abnormal going on there in the slightest. But Nichols, who died 2 years ago, claimed he was part of the so-called Montauk Project, but recovered his memories only after the fact. And as I said, in the early days of the experimentation in MK Ultra and Monarch programming, there's going to be some some failures before you get to the successes, right? So some of these people that they were used as guinea pigs, they may not have took to the programming so well, or they may not have had their programming down to perfection, and somehow, some way, they may have retained all of their thoughts and memories that they were trying to make them forget with their programming and experimentation. But the guy whose names we can't read again told the Post that he felt Nichols and the others were not believable, but he then went on to explore Camp Hero so doggedly that he employed a geophysicist to analyze the ground beneath the old base. He said they found evidence of a large structures not seen on any official maps. Interesting. But then he goes on to say, forget all that alien MK Ultra, a CIA mind controlled experiment from the 1950s and 60s crap, because that's exactly what they want you to do with controlled opposition. I think there was some type of experiment out there using teenagers or maybe runaways from New York. Now, I don't know if any of you guys are aware of a TV show called The Marvel Runaways, although I have not watched it or seen it, or have any intentions to watch or see it, to be quite honest with you. Back in the 1980s, there was, and this is where the series comes from, it was originally a mini series comic. There's about 3 or 4 episodes, issues rather, of the Runaways. I think in the modern day version, these are kids that have run away from their parents. But I believe in
the 1980s version, they'd run away or escaped from a secret laboratory. Another popular TV show and a made for TV movie of the 80s that we've mentioned in our time travel in 1985 Decoded special streams recently was Misfits of Science. Again, some young kids that worked at a secret lab where they were dealing with mind control and teleportation stuff, and they were kind of, some of those had superpowers. One of the girls, in fact, Courtney Cox, was not too dissimilar to Little Al from Stranger Things, but that was a very interesting show. It kind of had very sort of similar themes to Stranger Things, and certainly some similarities very much to what was going on at Camp Hero as part of the Montauk Project. But once it was an army base during World War II, as we saw in a couple of those little brief old school archive videos at the start of this presentation. And during the Cold War, it was used as a nuclear reactor, nuclear deterrent system, but it was decommissioned in 81 and is now owned by the state park system, and it sits on 755 acres of thick forests and desolate wastelands, and it's also got a lot of cliffs and is surrounded by water pretty much, I believe. So it is a very impenetrable place, although you could probably get, it's not, you can go there, but if you really did need to sort of fortify it and defend it, you probably could do a pretty good job. And especially if there were like underground tunnel systems that you could get back to mainland or other parts of the state, then it would be a very, very good location indeed for secret operations to go on. But thanks to Nicholas' series of books and the success of Stranger Things, Camp Hero has become Long Island's Area 51, and probably now it might start getting a little bit more popular. And maybe this is why you can't find as many articles and information and documentaries about Montauk anymore. Maybe a lot of this stuff has been silent, censored, and shadow banned away in the dark and misty depths of YouTube and the internet and other stuff. Um, like that, and they're sort of kind of now providing you with a lot of controlled opposition articles on that that try to discredit the previous myths and urban legends and conspiracy theories regarding Montauk. But as I said, it's become a very, very much a sort of tourist destination, and then they go on to say it's a very eerie site that looks like something out of the Twilight Zone. And that alone, it is a spooky, spooky place, and it's somewhere I'd like to go and explore. And I wish I was able to get myself out there and have a little look round with the camera. That would make a very interesting video for you all to not watch or pay attention to, as some of you do. But there are a few that do watch and pay attention, and trust me, guys, this is who I'm making it for. You guys know who you are. But looming high above all of it is the last of the super powered Cold War era SAGE radar. Now, I do know what SAGE stands for, but I've forgotten what it stands for right now. Maybe if we've got Devil Speak watching in the crowd, he's an individual with lots of information and knowledge on stuff like that. He can answer that for us. And for those in the chat who are wondering, but I did remember purposely to tell you about it, but only to forget. But the radio tower, there's one still remaining in stands, and it was constructed in the event of a Soviet nuclear attack with the intention of giving the US a 30-minute warning. The antenna emitted up to 425 megahertz, which is also the frequency allegedly needed to enter human consciousness. Is that coincidence? Is that conspiracy? Is that convenient? You tell me. And although they're saying it's been decommissioned, has it been? Has it though? It said MK Ultra be decommissioned, but looking at your social media feed, if you do pay attention to what I do try to inform you about in regards to that on this channel in recent weeks, you will see very, very much the stark evidence that is there right in front of your face, guys. They are MK Ultraing the masses via social media with Monarch programming. Copy and paste the bunny, guys, but change what it's holding was a trigger to follow. And millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people followed that trigger to follow. It starts off with copying and pasting a bunny, but changing what it's holding. But when does it it might stop it? Copy and paste the bunny, but pick up a knife from your kitchen and stab your loved ones in the throat. And that's how Monarch programming works, people. Exactly how it's worked and what it was designed to do. So start worrying if or not you think there's nothing to, and it's harmless to just copy and paste a bunny that was suggested on your newsfeed that you immediately reacted to and did exactly what it said, and then think not if you need to worry about if you'll be that easily manipulated to indeed pick up a lethal weapon and then go and club a loved one to death, should they ever choose to put that particular programming in your mind using 425 megahertz in what is alleged to be decommissioned Cold War era nuclear detection radar systems. But even the locals, back to the article, who decoy the secret underground base, and again, are they being programmed to provide this by the antenna that they're dismissing? Doesn't do that. Interesting thought there, don't you think? But they dismiss the underground base stories and admit that the tower was up and running, and they do admit, however, sorry, that the tower is up and running and it has interfered with television sets and other electronics, and that many people reported suffering from headaches. And we're talking about suffering from headaches just the other day in the social media and social media engineering stream. We started out 2 weeks of tea. Um, 2 year celebration, TSP TV, yada yada, whoop de woo, ray tay tay. You should know that rhetoric by now. But we were talking about that and we're suggesting that are these the result of electromagnetic frequencies? And then people who even live there that dismiss all the secret bases have said that this goes on. So that does lay some strong suspicion and possible credible evidence that indeed it hasn't been decommissioned, and there is a very strong possibility that locals of Montauk are having their minds controlled by electromagnetic frequencies. And I'm telling you guys, this shit is probably as real as real, and I would probably not necessarily stake my life on it, but I'd probably put a couple of pairs of nice fancy Adidas down as a wager. But anyway, he said one resident of 40 years. Sorry, I don't want to add fuel to the fire because I don't believe all the zombie stuff, said one resident of 40 years. But the impact that tower had on the town was real. I don't know if it affected our thoughts like some people say, but it was a force. Very, very interesting. The now rusting 90-foot tower and 40-foot wide dish is a draw for tourists who come to explore the WW2 Gunner Outpost and spooky boarded up buildings. Montauk Lighthouse near Camp Hero, and this is some other sort of local pieces of tourist attractions, I guess. A lighthouse, very interesting. Lighthouses may be connected to the base one way or another. But the army designed the base to look like a fishing village, hiding it in plain sight, guys. So it's designed to look like a village, supposedly to destroy German bombers. Oh, look, don't bomb there. It's a navy village, not a military base. Even though soldiers actually lived there, and this was, as was just said, to fool the Nazis. A church that was actually a gym remains but a series of Cape Cod style houses that have been torn down after the war. The Air Force took over the site, shutting it down in 81. At that point, according to Nichols' books and a host of other researchers, bizarre things started happening. I believe it's entirely possible that the human experiment stories are true, said Peter Bove, a former Manhattan advertising executive and author of the novel Montauk Time. Scientifically, that word I can't read, I'm squinting out. Psychologically, it is conceivably real. I believe that there were army experiments out there that involved interdimensional travel, and the fallout from that still exists like a tear in the space-time continuum. Something we were talking about, and that's why we led our time travel series of streams into this special Stranger Things themed Montauk Project special event. It's not really that special, to be honest with you, but it is part of 2 weeks of tea, 2 weeks of streams. That is part of a special event celebrating our 2 year anniversary. There's a little bit more of the rhetoric for you. But he spent some summers in the area since child and knows just about everything in town. Having said that, there's no hard evidence that I've seen to prove it. But the co-writer Vincent Barbaric, who used the pen name Peter Moon, interesting, told the Post, "We are dealing with a phenomenon that is not just a three-dimensional one. If you research sacred geometry, Montauk is known for being a power vortex geologically. It is an underground mountain," and something we were sort of chatting about yesterday with regards to the Yellowstone volcanoes that were more interesting than my presentation for the first part of yesterday's stream. But nonetheless, there are some relevance there, or could there be some relevance and connections there to underground mountains in, could they be exhaust vents for large underground bases? And they're just telling us they are volcanoes, just like they're telling us that this is just a nuclear radar, nothing to worry about. There's no secret base here or anything. But anyway, is it it's got an underground mountain underneath the island of Montauk that comes up. It's its own separate island in a way. Something happened out there, and I am sure of that. And I'm beginning to think I'm sure that some stuff did happen there as well. Maybe some of you might be tending to agree also if you are paying attention and find this interesting. Even Fagan, who avoided researching the conspiracy theories at Camp Hero, said the place draws people in and it takes a toll. So many people, including me, who spent any time looking into Camp Hero ended up completely different people after, he said. It's a strange coincidence, but I've seen it happen to multiple people. I got so squirrely, I had to leave town for a while, and that is because, did he get too close? Did they know he's getting too close? Did they fuck with his mind? Electromagnetically. All I can say is the imagination is one hell of a machine that can affect you to the point where you no longer know what's true and what isn't. A little bit like where I am now. And there it is, the state park. You can move the map, see where it is for yourself. Sorry if that's making you a little bit sick. And that's it, guys. So thank you for your patience for sticking with me. But I thought that was a very, very interesting article. It's very, very interesting that it did come out so recently in conjunction with all of this. But hopefully it has whetted your appetite a little bit more to know some more information about Montauk, which is exactly what we're going to do now, where we're going to look a little bit more at some of the reference to Stranger Things and some of the other strange incidents that have alleged to have happened there, including the Montauk Monster. Is it a real life demo dog? You tell me when we come back live after the remaining part of this presentation. I should actually think about making commercials so you could all go and have a smoke break. But anyway, guys, here we are back to some videos which will probably be more interesting than listen to me.
1990s, a man named Preston Nichols went public and started saying the strangest things. He said he'd been involved with a series of military projects, and after uncovering repressed memories, he said he now remembered working on things such as mind control, teleportation, telepathy, and even time travel. This was all top secret, of course. The experiments he said had taken place at a U.S. military black site at a place called Montauk in New York State. Other people have also come out and said the U.S. government has conducted similar experiments that sound like science fiction. But just how credible are these people, and how does this tie into Stranger Things? Before we get back to Mr. Nichols, we first want to tell you about something called the Philadelphia experiment. You see, Nichols said that the experiments that he took part in were kind of a follow-on from this alleged experiment. We've done a full show on this, so we'll just give you a recap now. As the story goes, while the USA was fighting in World War II, it was developing a ship, but this was no ordinary ship. Called the USS Eldridge, the destroyer was by some accounts out of this world in many respects. It's said in 1943 an experiment took place and the ship just disappeared from the eyes of those who stood by. This was apparently teleportation, and the technology was created by Nikola Tesla. One man said the ship was surrounded by a blue light and then poof, it was gone. But that's not a bad thing to have in a war. How do we know any of this? Well, the man who claimed to be a whistleblower told a writer, and the writer relayed the tale. It was even written that when the ship re-emerged, things hadn't gone so well, as the men were mangled on the ship. Some of them actually fused to the thing. Conspiracy theorists have written that some of those men ended up in mental asylums while others died. The problem is, can we believe this happened on the account of one man, a man who would change his story over his lifetime? Well, now we must talk about another man, and his name was Al Bielek. He claimed that after watching the movie The Philadelphia Experiment, once repressed memories came back to him, and he too now realized that he had worked on these secret projects, and he had also seen a ship teleport. He went further though, saying that after the experiment, he became part of the Montauk Project. He claimed that the USA was working on time travel, and indeed, he had been sent to the future himself. He claims to have been on board one ship, and after it disappeared, he awoke in a hospital covered in radiation burns in the year 2137. But that wasn't all. He also said he visited the 28th century and gone as far forward on one journey as 6037. The question again is, do we believe the words of this one man? It's not as if he's ever come forward with any kind of substantial proof. We just have to take his word for it. We should mention a man named Jacques F. Vallée. He wrote a piece called Anatomy of a Hoax, the Philadelphia Experiment 50 years later, in an attempt to better understand why some people were saying such things had happened. His conclusion in some part was that indeed the USA was trying to develop technologies that would make ships difficult to be hit by magnetic weapons, but there was nothing otherworldly about it. The technology wasn't that great at all. He said perhaps this might have planted seeds in people's minds, and that's why folks started talking about disappearing ships. After the war, say conspiracy theorists, the USA started doing things in tune with the TV show Stranger Things. We should say that the original title of the series was actually Montauk, but the Duffer Brothers changed their minds on that one. One of those things was seeking out children with psychic sensitivities and basically taking them from the streets and conducting experiments on them. Now, this is not so over the top because the CIA had a mind control program that definitely did exist, and it was called MK Ultra. The CIA wanted to try to figure out how to control someone's mind, and to do this, they did things such as give people the powerful drug LSD. They also tried hypnosis, sleep deprivation, isolation, and forms of torture. It was secret, and as it turned out, very unethical. This is a far cry from experimenting on children who might have the power of telekinesis, though. That's being able to move things with your mind, such as Eleven can do in Stranger Things. It's also very different from telepathy, being able to read someone's mind. There's no evidence that either is possible, but it makes interesting TV. The men who had talked about such things, Bielek and Nichols, both say, like Eleven, young children were strapped into chairs where they would have their psychic abilities tested. This chair in the project was called the Montauk Chair. It gets stranger, though, because in the 1940s, a man called Jose Silva did create something called Silva Mind Control. This was supposed to better a child's IQ score, but Silva also thought that it might bring out a child's psychic abilities. This man and his tests did exist. One man named Duncan Cameron claims to have taken part in one of those tests, but then said he was recruited by Men in Black. Cameron claims to have experienced psychic abilities first as a 12-year-old, and later he was made part of the MK Ultra program. He said he was abducted and forced to take part in the Montauk Project, and in that Montauk chair, some crazy things happened. We've seen him on YouTube talking about his mind-bending experiences. We should say now that Bielek claims that when his memories came back to him, he remembered that his real name was Ed Cameron, and he was in fact the brother of Duncan Cameron. In one interview, Duncan Cameron said, "I was involved in a number of research projects back in the 70s and 80s that actually created a fixed time loop back to the 40s. He was apparently traumatized by this, as any kid would be, and it took some time to adjust back to normal life. He said he was abducted in total 13 times, groomed by the military to do exactly what they asked of him. On his website, it's written about his time in the chair, saying things such as this: his focused awareness became one with the greater field of consciousness, and his awareness became one with his surroundings. The linear sequence of time changed, space unfolded, and events happened synchronously. This is what Nichols wrote about this talented child. The first experiment was called the Seeing Eye. With a lock of a person's hair or other appropriate object in his hand, Duncan could concentrate on the person and be able to see as if he were seeing through their eyes, hearing through their ears, and feeling through their body. He could actually see through other people anywhere on the planet. You can watch interviews with both Nichols and Cameron, and the two discuss these secret projects, talking about the teleporting ships under the Rainbow Project, aka the Philadelphia Project. They also talk about the Phoenix Project, Project, which was essentially a mind control program which also started in World War II. If you read the comments below on one video on YouTube, you'll find many people believe them, and some people claim to know others that were part of these projects. Here's an example comment. These experiments are still going on in sub-basements beneath the east end of Long Island, and I intend to prove it. These experiments never stopped. They just hid them beneath the ground. Long Island is a test lab for the shadow government's projects. In one of his books, Nichols went so far as to say that during one experiment on the young Cameron, a kind of monster was created by his subconscious, and that monster caused havoc on the base. According to that story, the monster wouldn't quit causing trouble until the chair was destroyed and the experiment stopped. This is how Nichols described the creation of the monster. Duncan let loose a monster from his subconscious, and the transmitter actually portrayed a hairy monster. It was big, hairy, and nasty. It showed up somewhere on the base. It would eat everything it could, and it smashed everything in sight. Now, you're really seeing how these stories acted as inspiration for the TV series. But let's not forget that these men are all dead serious. Nichols wrote that there were other subjects, all young people, and he called them the Montauk Boys. Others have investigated the stories of these men, and some are not convinced they're making it up. One writer said that he's visited the creepy base, and indeed, there were underground tunnels and bunkers. He told the Huffington Post, "At first, I didn't believe their stories. These men have not benefited financially. They didn't gain anything from this, and they've endured ridicule as they maintained their story." Thanks to that story, we found another man who claims that he was one of the Montauk Boys, and his name is Stuart Swerdlow. This is something he said about his time at the base and in the chair. Beatings, a lot of torture, electrical shock, burials, near drownings. They'd bring you to the point of death, and then they would save you, and the person doing this would be your rescuer and would say, "I'm the one that saved you, and remember that," and that became your handler. He said the experiments didn't just involve gifted kids, but sometimes kids who were orphans or addicted to drugs would be snatched from the streets. He said a lot more kids could have been involved. In interviews, he has said things such as this: "The aim was to fracture your mind so they could program you. They would change the temperature from very hot to very cold, starve you, then overfeed you, and they loved to hold your head underwater until you nearly drowned. This was effective. It makes a person likely to listen to and obey their rescuer." We went to his Facebook page where he calls himself a gifted hyperspace intuitive, and he says he can also move his consciousness beyond time and space. He claims to be a clairvoyant. He sees into the future, and he can even, in his own mind, see auric fields and personal archetypes, as well as read DNA sequences and mind patterns. He's claimed that during these experiments he once visited Mars, and on another occasion he was sent back to biblical times. We should tell you that Cameron passed away in 2019. Nichols and Bilek are also dead. Swerdlow is alive and well. Many of you, after hearing this, will no doubt question the veracity of these stories. You might ask if clairvoyance or other special psychic abilities exist. We had to look around for some proof that they could exist, but it seems most experts believe anyone who claims to have these abilities likely only has some mental issues, such as schizophrenia. In some forms, this could not be as bad as to make life difficult for that person, and at times they may just have a feeling that they have psychic abilities and just carry on a normal life. To date, there is no peer-reviewed scientific evidence published anywhere that proves that people can have these abilities, but the claims have happened throughout history, and you might even say people who claim to have spoken to a higher power are not too much different from the people we've discussed today. People in groups with a bit of cash behind them have even said they give quite a lot of money to anyone who could prove their psychic abilities when being observed formally. One American magician said he'd lay down $1 million if anyone could do that, and you know what? He's never...
It was October 1943. The United States government authorized an experiment that would render its ships undetectable by radar. The experiment took place on a ship in Philadelphia Harbor.
Generators activated, sir.
For 41 years, the government denied it ever happened.
I don't believe this. The Eldridge has vanished.
Of course she has. She's radar invisible.
No, sir. She's really vanished.
But one ship did disappear. Two of the crew suddenly find themselves in the present.
Maybe all this isn't real.
You tell me this is my imagination? You think the Navy knows what they're doing? You saw the guys on the boat. This wasn't supposed to happen, Jimmy.
Jimmy, whatever it is, it's after us.
Michael Pere.
Somehow we got moved in time. This time, it's not ours. 1943 was yesterday for me.
Nancy Allen.
What sort of experiment is it? Is it some kind of secret thing? Is that it?
Well, all that stuff I told the doctors back there, about time in 1943. Do you believe it?
I believe that you believe it.
And Bobby DiCicco.
Don't leave me there, Davey. Can't go through this again.
The hole in tile still stayed open.
Good God, there it is.
Now the government needs the one man who can stop the experiment.
I keep getting negative pressure. It keeps going down. It's impossible. No. It's pulling the air in. Pulling everything in.
Now, we can't stop it, but I believe that you can.
He's lying, David.
I wish to God I were.
I gotta go. Now, look, communication ceases when you enter the vortex. We won't be able to help you.
Today we will be exploring one of the internet's most controversial mysteries, namely this picture here framing the notorious Montauk Monster. This is all things creepy. Let's begin. Our story begins in Montauk, New York, where a group of friends found this carcass washed up on the shore. Naturally, its odd appearance caused many questions to be raised, and they quickly notified the local newspaper. This is when things got interesting. Speculation instantly arose. You see, not far from where this carcass was found is Plum Island, the site for an animal testing lab specializing in diseases. Of course, the fact that this laboratory is isolated on an island leads the more skeptical or conspiratorial to think that maybe there is more going on there than the government initially leads us to believe. So of course, this then opens the floodgates for wild speculation. Perhaps this is some kind of experiment gone wrong. Maybe they dumped it and it floated down here. I've even seen some people claim that this is a case of animal hybridization, since at first glance the creature resembles no living animal. But let's take a look at this image for a moment. Clearly, the carcass is quite heavily decayed. Not so much that it is rendered to bone, there is still some hair and skin left. However, the face has rotted away and corroded. We have no idea how much of it is being consumed. Considering this has probably washed ashore, the multitude of aquatic creatures that have gained access to the softer parts could have almost entirely altered the appearance of this animal. So it really is a mystery. Based on what we can see from the image, it seems to have the general body structure and skeletal frame of a raccoon. Of course, we would have to use our imagination and consider that the snout has literally decayed or fallen away. And of course, much of the coloration has been bleached out or simply vanished due to deterioration in the water. I've seen some claim that this is some sort of pig. I'm sure if it was from the laboratory, pigs are often used for experimentation, so that is of course possible. They're also a common livestock animal. However, we need to pay attention to the general body plan here. Clearly, this creature has quite a lot of mobility in its upper arms, something that most animals, most four-legged animals, don't possess. Of course, raccoons use their hands to pick things up. They have quite mobile upper arms and so would fit the bill for this creature here. However, even then, it's a stretch. Clearly, this animal has been deteriorated beyond recognition. Now, of course, a simple solution to that would be take DNA samples. And since the government have clearly got a hold of this, why is this not proven? Why is there not empirical evidence of what animal this is? That's where things get interesting. The body went missing. It was not ever collected, or so they say. Now, of course, this could be due to negligence. However, it does make things a little more interesting. Maybe this is indeed a case of animal experimentation gone wrong. The government obviously wouldn't want any of that getting out, and of course, they could quite easily get rid of the evidence if they so desired. So, that's where this legendary figure of cryptozoology comes from, the Montauk Monster. Most likely a rotting raccoon carcass that fell in the water, but possibly something a little more suspicious.
the Montauk Monster has emerged.
Once again.
Once again. This is kind of freaky, man. This thing, I think, exists. I mean, there's still a question of whether or not it's real or fake, but it's scary. It's a scary-looking animal. Apparently, it smells really bad. It's always found in New York for some reason, Long Island Beach.
And that's why it's the Montauk Monster. They found one last year. They found one this year. This is it. Now, I look at that picture and I think, yeah, it smells because this is going to be the picture from last year.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Look at that beak and then the paw and stuff like that.
And it looks like it's been roasting in the sun.
Right. The first picture, the one from this year, I felt like, yeah, it smells because it's a bloated dog carcass that washed up on the beach, right? And somehow it lost its head or something, right? Well, this is the last year's picture where you can clearly see the head. But then you see the video, and you're like, oh. I was positive that this was fake, right? Mm-hmm. I look at that, and I think, yeah, it's easy. It's a dog, da-da-da. You do something crazy with the head, you're fine, right? But you got the video, Jesus? Okay, we're going to show that to you in a second. And the video's a little bit more creepy. Now I'm beginning to think maybe it's some sort of genetic experiment gone wrong / sea creature.
But why does it even have to be a genetic experiment gone wrong? Maybe it's just an animal that we hadn't discovered before.
It's possible. I believe in evolution.
Mr. Evolution all the time when anybody gets a long fingernail. Evolution!
I know.
Okay, all right. No. I think it's possible. It's just a strange creature we haven't seen before. So let's check this out.
Oh, they're big teeth. They're like people's teeth. Can you pick up the head again? That's really weird.
It is like people's teeth. Look at that.
That's what's fucked up about it. Oh, it's so weird.
Unless like fangs and claws and stuff.
Yeah, it does look like human teeth.
Yeah, but still, those teeth in the back, they ain't like humans. You know, these things are like molars.
Yeah, in the back they're a little more jagged.
Pick up that foot right there. It's like matchsticks, the fingers. They're just dangling. It's so weird.
Like a chicken claw.
Yeah. It's really odd. Let's see the other hand. If they look identical.
Paw, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, the paw. Jesus Christ. Could be an alien.
No, it can't be an alien.
I'll tell you, it looks like a Montauk Monster.
Worst fucking thing on
Jeez, Mike, show the head. What's underneath that skull thing? Is that the brain?
Yeah, the head's messed up.
That's really weird.
There's no way that's a dog carcass.
Yeah, well, look, it could still be fake. Maybe they put it together and they shot it cleverly, and then later they're going to be like, oh, you guys all bought it. We did right. I hate stuff like that. Some people have the theory that it's some sort of genetic experiment that's going on somewhere in Long Island, and then it washes up. And then I think they took this one to a cooler to keep it cool, and they won't turn it over because they think the last time we turned it over, they made it disappear.
Right.
Think about it. Think about it, okay? Or it could be some sort of strange sea creature. Those are the three possibilities in my mind.
I'm actually kind of hoping it's a strange sea creature.
Me too. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why sea creature rather than a land?
Because I don't like scandal, and I don't want it to be like some government scandal or some scientific.
Oh, I thought you meant you'd rather be from the sea rather than.
Oh, sea, land. It would be cool, I think, if we figured out that it's just some sort of animal that wasn't discovered before. I mean, the chances of that are so slim, but it's still a possibility.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Sea, land, air. What do I give a shit, right? It'd be cool if we could fly. I'd be like, yeah. And I was like, wah, wah. Or what if it was an experiment by Dick Cheney to create evil Montauk monsters and unleash it on the American population? In fact, I'm surprised the Republicans haven't already accused Obama. Right? All right. And then he gets these monsters, and then he's going to take away our guns. And then the monsters are going to come and increase your taxes. By the way, how much did you love those guys' New York accent?
Right.
Oh, what the fuck? What this thing? Hey, look at that thing. I look like matches. Look at his skull. I look like a molar or something. What the fuck? I love that. All right, we've got an official monster on our hands. Everybody watch out.
The Montauk Project This was a project that took place in Long Island, New York, and was supposedly a lab for developing a psychological warfare weapon. The facility that they used is actually a small, old, abandoned, rundown lab that nobody ever used, and the theories have it, the records have it, that this actually went underground and separated into different tunnels under the city. And the workers at this facility were leftovers from the Philadelphia experiment. Now, the Philadelphia experiment took place in 1943, and what this was a U.S. naval ship, the USS Eldridge, that was actually made invisible by a certain experimentation, and the results of this were stunning. The electromagnetic bottle was actually able to completely hide the USS Eldridge and make it 100% invisible, but it came with some cost. The electromagnetic bottle actually had some psychological issues that would happen if people were too close to it, and that aspect to it was definitely taken over when they changed this to the Montauk or the Phoenix experiment. Now this right here is the Black Ops 1 Nocturne Toten loading screen. This is when you have the DLC 4-pack, and when you load up Nocturne Toten, you get this loading screen that isn't on the original World at War version. Now this confused the community, and we don't know exactly what is happening in this picture or what it's trying to represent, but we can actually take some context clues using this experimentation knowledge that we have from these different things that have happened, and we can kind of piece together what is going on here. We see what looks like one person walking through a portal in 1943, which just happens to be the exact year that the Philadelphia experiment was supposed to take place in, and he ends up in 1964 in just a room by himself. The tests that this facility performed were very inhumane, as they were supposed to capture children and elderly and homeless people off the streets and test them with electromagnetic radiation to see if they could break their minds in order to control their mind and reprogram them to what they want them to do. Not only did they test on other people in order to control minds, but they also worked in the field of teleportation through time and space. Stories and theorists have it that the actual experimenters of this program of the time and space teleporters were actually able to come in contact with an extraterrestrial life form or aliens, and they compare this to the Vrilya race. There are no documentation or any photos to suggest that these programmers were actually able to come in contact with the Vril. There are only stories and theories of people who have been behind the scenes and during the place at the time. While there were a lot of side experiments going on at the Montauk base, such as the teleportation of time and space, the main function here at this particular facility was in fact the mind control and the psychological effects thereof. There are documents and theories to suggest that the people who were actually tested on during these mind control experiments were actually runaway boys who didn't have a home, or somebody who was not a very valuable piece to society. So they would take these people and they would torture them both mentally and physically. Once said test subjects had been broken down, their minds had been reprogrammed. Sleeper cells were injected into these test subjects in order to carry out any orders at the touch of a single button. It is also documented that many of these boys had been killed during the process of the mental and physical breakdown. Now, another person who had worked on this facility is the one and only Nikola Tesla, and yes, this is the one who is responsible for the Tesla coils and the Tesla array in der Eisendrache. However, Nikola's experiments went farther than just that. The majority of his experiments were during a mass psychological procedure where they would use subliminal messages to try to sway somebody's judgment without them actually knowing it, in order to thus further the mind control experimentations. Tesla also believed that his experiments could stop the effects of aging, and a little bit later on he ended up faking his own death. If you visit the facility today, all the experimentations are locked up behind concrete sealed doors. Nobody has gone into them as of yet, and they still have yet to be discovered what's behind them. But behind these concrete doors are thought to be where the psychological experiments had taken place. The scientists at the Montauk facility thought that they could control minds and also travel through space and time. Now, you didn't think that the Nocturne Toten loading screen could explain so much, did you? But it still leaves the question unanswered: who is this mysterious man on the left side? Could this be Nikola Tesla, or could this be somebody such as Dr. Monty? This picture has existed for 6 years, and it's something in the zombie storyline that we may never get an answer to.
So that people can actually have parallel lifetimes going on.
Well, time is essentially like a real estate. In other words, as you and I can walk through real estate from point A to point B, all time coexists, and it's possible to go from point A to point B if you can find the path to go directly from. Some people believe it's taking the linear timeline, bending it over next to each other, and creating a wormhole or a punch through from time A to time B.
And so when you're existing you're at the same time, literally, like, you know, you can fold it over and wow, here I am. at that. what about creating alternate paths then? Are we doing that with our lives because of that ability for time to sort of warp or fold over on itself?
Some of us are doing multiple timelines if we have the capability of going from, let's say, today to 2 weeks ago and working the whole 2 weeks over again. What will happen is the first pass will become an alternate reality, since you cannot have a time paradox, which is where you and you exist, two of you at the same time. That cannot be. So one of the passes, typically the first pass, will become an alternate reality, an alternate timeline.
Now, what did they do, though, with Al when they allowed him to grow up the same time he was already in the Navy?
Well, Al's story is a little bit different. They allowed Al to go through and have his whole life from 1916 to 1943. Actually, I think it's 1947. Then they reportedly had the capability of regressing Al back physically to a baby, and then sent him through a time portal and inserted him in another family, and he grew up all over again. There were two Al Bieleks. One is Edward Cameron and one is Al Bielek. And even if they meet, there's going to be no terrible things happening because of the fact that there was a step back in time. Means he is meant to coexist two places in one time. I did the same thing. At Montauk, I was working at BJ's. At the same time, I was working at AIO.
Whoa. Did you get 2 paychecks? Did you get to enjoy all that abundance? No. Oh, that's a shame.
I was actually working 2 timelines, one at BJ's and one at Montauk. In other words, I would be in Melville doing my regular 8-hour-a-day job. At the same time, I would be out at Montauk doing my job as well. Now, what would happen to my memories is memory is keyed in by where you are and what timeline you're on. As far as memory goes, the first pass through would become an alternate reality memory, although theoretically I could have called myself if I knew how to get through the switchboards and do it.
So what exactly was the Montauk Project? To many, it's merely a bizarre and completely unbelievable conspiracy theory, but to some, it was a highly probable secret government experiment that included kidnappings, murder, torture, time travel, mind control, and alien contact, with the intention of developing psychological warfare techniques. It's been said that there were anywhere from 100,000 to 300,000 civilian test subjects over the course of the project. While there isn't a whole lot of physical proof as of yet, many people are convinced that the government performed experiments similar to those portrayed in Stranger Things at a military base called Camp Hero and the Montauk Air Force Station on the eastern tip of Long Island, New York, and was actually most active in the 1980s, after the base was officially closed. As far as conspiracy theories go, this is one of the more intriguing ones. It manages to combine pretty much every sort of conspiracy theory into one big, hopelessly tangled conspiracy clusterfudge. I'll make my best attempt to untangle it here. The original base dates back to the Revolutionary War. It was used by the U.S. in World War I and World War II to house massive gun emplacements to deter enemy attacks from the ocean. The base, with its beautiful panoramic views of the Atlantic Ocean, was disguised by the Army as a fishing village, with Cape Cod-style houses complete with fake wood siding and painted on windows, to fool the Nazis. In the 1950s, during the Cold War, it was used as a radar center to anticipate Soviet attacks from the Atlantic. Following World War II, the site was taken over by the Air Force, who remained in control of it until 1981, when it was permanently decommissioned. According to conspiracy theorists, it was at that point that the really atrocious experiments began. According to self-proclaimed survivors of the Montauk Project, there was actually another enormous facility hidden below public view. This is where the more controversial experiments are said to have taken place. This facility is said to have at one point consisted of 12 levels, most of them underground, and employed hundreds of workers. The reportedly decommissioned military base was off limits to the public and well protected against trespassers. Deemed environmentally important due to its ecosystems and animal life, the base was donated to the National Park Service in 1984, though it was still closed to the public. Ownership was eventually transferred to the New York State Parks Department, and Camp Hero State Park finally opened to the public in 2002. The origins of the Montauk Project conspiracy are admittedly pretty sketchy. The Montauk narrative gained popularity in 1992, 11 years after the base was permanently closed, with a self-published book by Preston B. Nichols called The Montauk Project: Experiments in Time. Nichols was born on Long Island in 1946 and claimed to have degrees in engineering, psychology, and parapsychology, none of which have been confirmed, though he did work in electrical engineering, so that one seems likely. Nichols' book was co-written by author, publisher, and Scientologist Vincent Barbarick under the pen name Peter Moon. They went on to write 3 more Montauk books together. The series is categorized as science fiction, though they claim the stories were based on Nichols' actual experiences at Montauk. While there were already rumors that the American military had been conducting questionable experiments at Montauk, at least as far back as the mid-1980s, Nichols' book was the catalyst for turning it into a full-blown conspiracy theory. Nichols claimed he wrote the book after recovering memories of his time as a Project Montauk researcher. In the book, Nichols detailed the interior of the facilities, procedures, and advanced technologies used there. He also described numerous paranormal incidents he claims to have witnessed there. Nichols' claims appeared to be completely outlandish, but after the book's publication, others came forward to say they, too, had participated in the Montauk Project's illicit research experiments. While the book is now widely debunked, there are many who believe there is some basis in fact to Nichols' stories, so I thought we should go over some of them and decide for ourselves. One of the assertions in Nichols' first Montauk book was that the Montauk Project was funded by Nazi gold recovered during World War II, and by Nazi gold he's probably referring to the gold the Nazis stole from the Jews during the Holocaust. Nichols also disclosed that Nazi scientists recruited by the U.S. during Operation Paperclip worked at the facility. He also claimed that leading up to this point, researchers had attempted in the 1950s to study the psychological effects of electromagnetic fields. One of the goals was to induce schizophrenia at the touch of a button. But the U.S. Congress rejected the continuation of the experiments because they deemed them too dangerous, so they ended up being conducted in secret and funded by the stolen gold instead. When the gold ran out, there was purportedly backup funding from the Freemasons and the mob. Of course, there's no way to prove any of this. None of these groups are known for being big on filing paperwork. Nichols further alleged that these experiments were eventually picked up by the U.S. government in the 1960s at the Brookhaven National Laboratory on Long Island, which was then known for its experiments with atomic energy and has plenty of other conspiracies and urban legends associated with it. But after realizing the project would require a very large radar dish, it was moved to the Air Force facility at Montauk. The project's high-tech equipment was moved to Camp Hero to an underground bunker. One thing we do know for certain is that a SAGE radar tower was erected at the Montauk military base in 1960. SAGE stands for Semi-Automatic Ground Environment. The imposing structure was once a mother station to a series of smaller manned radar towers located in the Atlantic Ocean along the east coast of the U.S. This network of towers was intended to provide a 30-minute warning in the event of a Soviet nuclear attack. The antennae reportedly emitted up to 425 megahertz when operational, coincidentally the same frequency that's allegedly required to disrupt the human brain and enter human consciousness. Even locals who don't subscribe to the secret underground base theories admit the tower was strong enough that its frequent rotation would interfere with their TV sets and other electronics and cause their animals to freak out. They also claim that many people in the vicinity of Montauk suffered from chronic headaches and bad dreams. One skeptical local, a resident of over 40 years, is quoted as saying, "I don't want to add fuel to the fire because I don't believe in all that zombie stuff, but the impact that tower had on the town was real. I don't know if it affected our thoughts like some people say, but it was a force." I can definitely see why Preston Nichols took a keen interest in this tower. In the 1970s and 80s, Nichols led the psychotronic movement, which claimed that the government used electromagnetic waves to plant thoughts in people's heads. The followers of this movement also claim that Nichols was able to control the weather, which they consider proof of the government's similar capabilities. Some of them also still wear pots and pans on their heads to block microwaves. But government experiments with mind control are certainly not outside of the realm of possibility, considering we know for a fact that they were conducting Project MKUltra on unsuspecting American civilians at the same time that Montauk Sage Tower was active. Of the 12 Sage Towers that were once scattered across the U.S., Camp Heroes is the only one that remains. It's now a National Historic Site, and the 90-foot-tall concrete tower with its 40-foot-wide steel dish is a highly recognizable Long Island landmark visible for miles. Though the tower is no longer active, the dish has been reported to mysteriously change positions by about 90 to 180 degrees at a time, though everything seems to be rusted solidly in place. Most believers of the Montauk Project conspiracy theory trace the project's origins back to a more famous event that took place in October of 1943, known as the Philadelphia Experiment. This is also an unproven and largely debunked conspiracy theory, but the popular narrative is that this covert experiment was conducted by the U.S. military at a naval shipyard in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as part of the CIA's Project Rainbow. The objective was to discover a way to make their ships invisible to Nazi radar during World War II using electromagnetic fields, so they could safely transport supplies to the Allies in Europe. According to conspiracy theorists as far back as 1955, they not only achieved their goal, they also accidentally managed to render a battleship, the USS Eldridge, completely invisible to the naked eye. In fact, they seemingly sent it to another time or dimension. Nobody really knows for sure, and it appeared briefly in Norfolk, Virginia, more than 200 miles away. The ship allegedly went somewhere, somehow, with disastrous consequences. When the USS Eldridge reappeared at the Philadelphia shipyard several minutes later, some of the crew members were found fused into the ship's bulkheads. Others had rematerialized inside out. Those who survived were driven insane by the disorientation of apparently briefly existing outside of space-time. After seeing the negative effects of the USS Eldridge's crew's exposure to their very own version of the Stranger Things upside down, the military ended the project. This is a very popular story that many do actually accept as historical fact. However, aside from blatant violations of the established laws of physics, it seems that no two retellings of the Philadelphia experiment story are the same. And there are people who served on the USS Eldridge in 1943 who dispute the story entirely. The U.S. Navy, as expected, has never admitted to the Philadelphia experiment taking place. So what does this have to do with the Montauk Project? Basically, everything. In 1984, a movie titled The Philadelphia Experiment was adapted from an earlier book about the conspiracy theory. In the movie, the ship's 1943 crew finds itself blinked 40 years into the future to 1983, where they find that the Philadelphia Experiment has been revived. A 57-year-old man named Alfred Al Bielek eventually saw this movie in 1988 and claimed to be overwhelmed with an intense feeling of déjà vu. After undergoing various New Age therapies, Bielek recovered repressed memories involving time travel and his involvement in both the Philadelphia Experiment and the Montauk Project, indicating a link between the two. These recovered memories told a rather convoluted story of Bielek actually being born with the name Edward Cameron. Cameron worked on the Philadelphia Experiment with his brother Duncan Cameron when they were both in their mid-20s in 1943. His identity had been changed when his memories had been locked away to protect the confidentiality of the experiment. He also remembered later working on the Montauk Project in the 1970s and 80s. How he said he got there added even more layers to this epic tale. Bielek claimed that sometime in the 1940s, famed physicist and inventor Nikola Tesla figured out how to make the USS Eldridge invisible to enemy radar. In the process, he inadvertently opened up a wormhole into the future that sucked in the battleship with the Cameron brothers on board. The brothers managed to jump off the ship when the experiment began to go awry and landed at Montauk's Camp Hero 40 years in the future on August 12, 1983. The military immediately sent them back through the wormhole to 1943 with the mission of destroying the time travel equipment on the USS Eldridge. That mission was completed, but Duncan jumped back through the wormhole just before it closed, returning to 1983. According to Bielik, when Duncan jumped back to 1983, he lost his time lock, which caused him to age rapidly at the rate of a year per hour, and he died within a few days. The U.S. government continued their experiments, building more portals into the future. Edward Cameron carried on as usual until 1947, when he was contacted by Montauk Project researchers who transported him back or forward again to 1983. Bielik claims that when the project was done with him, they erased his memory using MK-Ultra mind control techniques and shipped him back into the past with a new identity, a new set of parents, and a complete cover story. In 1990, Bielik told his story at the Mutual UFO Network conference, and it got even weirder. According to Bielik, in 1951, at the behest of the Montauk Project, he, as Edward Cameron, convinced his father, a member of the Illuminati, to have another child, so they could port his brother Duncan's consciousness from 1983 into his new sibling, born in 1963. Bielik referred to this version of Duncan as a walk-in soul. As Bielik's story spread, it of course grabbed the attention of Preston Nichols, who befriended Bielik. That's how the story usually goes. Though others claim it was Nichols that got Bielik's attention after talking about Montauk at a 1986 panel at a U.S. Psychotronics Association conference, a panel which Duncan Cameron actually joined him on. But there's also proof that Bielik and Nichols were friends before that, and that they'd previously gone to the Montauk base together, according to photos from that 1986 panel presentation. It seems pretty likely to me that they cooked this whole story up together. As for the plausibility that any of Bielik's story is true, the facts are that the Philadelphia experiment took place in 1943. Bielik was born in 1927, which would have made him 16 years old at the time. But he claims Edward Cameron was born in 1916, with his brother Duncan being born in 1917, and that both brothers were engineers with the Navy. The USS Eldridge's crew manifests show no Camerons on board during that time frame. Bielik had a website with the entire Cameron brothers timeline written out, accompanied by a photo of Edward Cameron. But a skeptic, I use that term very loosely here, named Marshall Barnes and several associates later proved that the photo was stolen from a Princeton yearbook. Marshall Barnes is kind of a crackpot in his own right, in my opinion, but I think he got it right that time. He proved there was at least some level of deception going on there. Intriguingly, Bielik actually claimed that he'd first become friends with Nichols 2 decades before that, in the 1970s, when they were both working for the Montauk Project, and Bielik was still Edward Cameron. I'm just going to keep calling him Bielik throughout this video. This is confusing enough already. Nichols himself claimed to have been teleported to Montauk in 1968 to work on the Sage radar tower. Bielik's story got even more bizarre when he said he and Nichols had invented something in the 1970s called the Montauk chair, a mind-reading device that was a central component of the entire project. This fills in the specifics of Nichols' previously forgotten research, which he detailed in his book. Nichols claimed the Montauk chair used electromagnetism to amplify the psychic powers of anyone who sat in it. It turned out that Duncan Cameron, the new walk-in soul Duncan, not the 1940s Duncan, had extraordinary psychic abilities, including an uncanny ability to manifest objects with his mind while sitting in the Montauk chair. So he became the main focus of the experiments. This is somewhat similar to the experiments that are done with Eleven in Stranger Things to open the portal to the Upside Down. Nichols and Bielik, along with other Montauk Project researchers, supposedly used the Montauk chair to open their own portals through time-space and alternate dimensions. According to Nichols, whatever someone sitting in the Montauk chair envisioned would appear on a transmitter screen, then be manifested into the real world in either a solid or transparent form. That'll be important later. Nichols described another experiment in his book that's pretty similar to remote viewing, another paranormal concept that was researched by the CIA during the Stargate project in the 1970s and 80s. It's also another concept that's included in the Stranger Things storyline, when Eleven goes into the void to see what other people are doing. Nichols wrote, "The first experiment was called the seeing eye. With a lock of a person's hair or other appropriate object in his hand, Duncan could concentrate on the person and be able to see it as if he was seeing through their eyes, hearing through their ears, and feeling through their body. He could actually see through other people anywhere on the planet." The most disturbing claim made by Nichols, Bialik, and others is that of the abduction of thousands of young children, some no older than 4, who were kept underground at the facility for various experiments. Nichols called these abductees the Montauk Boys, claiming they were runaways, snatched off the streets, or even sometimes taken from their homes. This reminds me of the test subjects at the Hawkins lab in Stranger Things, and specifically how Vecna, or Henry Creel, came to be there. Most of the Montauk Boys were blonde, blue-eyed, and tall with light skin, fitting the Aryan stereotype, because that's what the Nazis associated with the Montauk Project liked. Nichols said the children were abused so horribly, physically, psychologically, and sometimes sexually, that most of them forgot everything about their time at Camp Hero for the rest of their lives. It's said that the objective of these experiments on young boys, called the Montauk Boys Program, was to put them through a series of tests using large amounts of hallucinogenic drugs and powerful electromagnetic frequencies that would heighten their psychic abilities and turn them into subliminally programmed super soldiers. Many of these boys were said to have been sent through the space-time portal. There are also rumors of other experiments being conducted on kidnapped homeless people of various ages, who endured tremendous blasts of electromagnetic radiation to see how it affected them psychologically. Most of them reportedly died. Mind control experiments were also reportedly performed on multiple U.S. Army units who were sent to scenic Montauk under the guise of R&R, or rest and recuperation. Their covert testing eventually expanded to include random townspeople from Long Island, New Jersey, upstate New York, and Connecticut. All of this allegedly took place beneath the radar tower, in secret laboratories connected by a series of tunnels, and may have gone on over the course of up to 4 decades. Since Nichols' first Montauk book was published, multiple men have come forward with their own recovered memories, claiming to have been among those Montauk boys. One of those men is named Stuart Swerdlow. Swerdlow was 52 years old in 2017 when he said in an interview, quote, "When the experiment started, they'd target expendable boys, like orphans, runaways, or the children of drug addicts, the kind of kids no one would really come looking for. The aim was to fracture your mind so they could program you. They'd change the temperature from very hot to very cold, starve you, then overfeed you. I remember being beaten with a wooden pole. And they loved to hold your head underwater until you nearly drowned. That was effective. It makes a person likely to listen to and obey their rescuer. They also used LSD to put our brains into an altered state." He went on to say of the Montauk chair, "In the early days, as they were perfecting the coordinates, a lot of the boys were simply lost. I still have nightmares about it today. I wasn't there when the Montauk chair was shut off, but I felt it, like I had suddenly been unplugged from electricity." Swerdlow also claimed to have witnessed project staffers sexually abusing some of the other boys to break them down, and he made the allegation that he and other Montauk boys were sent to Mars and back to biblical times using the project's time-space portals. He claims only about 1% of the Montauk boys survived, and that he became a programmer of the boys because of his exceptional psychic powers. I found a little bit of information about Stuart Swerdlow. Much like Preston Nichols, he's seemingly prone to hyperbole. He's been known to embellish even the most mundane stories about his life, including his assertion that he has alien DNA. I suppose I can't prove he doesn't, but I do take everything he says with a large grain of salt. According to the HumanException.com's extensive research, Nichols and Swerdlow have been connected since at least 1991, when Nichols was allegedly helping Swerdlow recover memories of his childhood abductions. During their sessions, they found that Swerdlow was abducted by 16 alien species. Swerdlow also remembers that one of the villains of the Montauk Project was named Hans von Gruber. Yeah, kinda like the character in Die Hard. He also claims to have been sent on a mission to meet Jesus Christ, remove a sample of his blood, and then kill him. According to Swerdlow, after Jesus willingly gave the blood sample, Swerdlow emptied a revolver into him. Do with that information what you will. Stuart Swerdlow also has a criminal history of embezzlement, though he blames the government for brainwashing him into committing the crime and claims to have no memory of it. He's worked this into the Montauk narrative as part of the government's persistent efforts to shut him up. He pled guilty but later claimed to have been coerced. He was sentenced to 33 months in prison. He's known to threaten litigation against anyone who discusses this online. Swerdlow and his wife Janet now run what can best be described as a cult, in my opinion, and they apparently make pretty good money at it, while spreading irresponsible conspiracy theories and satanic panic. Another former Montauk boy to come forward is Joe Lafreno. Lafreno has worked as a parks employee at Camp Hero for about 20 years. In a 2020 interview with the New York Post, he said, "It's a place that's dominated my life and my nightmares. I didn't believe it until 2 years ago. I was hypnotized by a certified hypnotist for about 40 minutes, and all of these memories flooded back. They did a very bad thing to us out there. We were just little kids. They had no right to experiment on us. It was a very dark, very evil thing." Lafreno grew up in Montauk. Under hypnosis, he recalled that he was abducted and abused during the summer of 1980, and possibly during the summer of 1981, when he was 12 or 13. He said a local boy who nobody knew very well had invited him to bike to the military base. The first time, there were 2 men waiting, dressed in civilian clothes. They took the boys to a sunken house on the base. Later, he and other boys were brought underground through Battery 113, one of the sealed gunneries left over from World War II. He remembers lying on a table with wires coming out of him, like electrodes. He said, "They analyzed us like animals." He claims there were up to 50 other kids there, and believes some of them were later killed. While under hypnosis, Lafreno went to the location he remembered with another parks employee and found remnants of the sunken house. Lafreno has said, "If we had a backhoe and my boss let me dig in that spot, I can guarantee we'd find some cement structures down there." I couldn't find a whole lot of information on Joe Lafreno. He seems fairly ordinary, all things considered. These stories all sound pretty unbelievable, but in 2014, a filmmaker named Christopher Garetano, who grew up near Montauk, made a documentary called Montauk Chronicles, wherein he documented the claims of Preston Nichols, Al Bielek, and Stuart Swerdlow. At first, he didn't find their stories very believable, but he seemingly wanted to give them a fair investigation. Garetano hired a geophysicist to analyze the ground beneath the former Montauk military base, and found evidence of large underground structures not recorded on official blueprints. He claims to have found one anomaly in the readings that suggested a reinforced concrete bunker buried 20 feet deep and measuring about 20 to 30 feet in diameter. Garetano said, "The more I researched, the more I began to believe it's not so ludicrous. We know there was military interest in paranormal phenomena. MKUltra used vulnerable people like prisoners, so why is it so far-fetched that orphans or runaway boys would be targeted? They seem exactly the sort of subjects who would be easy to take, and Montauk would be the ideal facility. In the winter, it's like a ghost town." He also said, quote, "Forget all the alien and MKUltra crap. I think there was some type of experimentation out there using kids or teenagers, maybe runaways from New York. The official word is that there's nothing underground, but I really think there's something to hide there." End quote. Now, I read through a 154-page document that was filed before turning the base into a state park. There were a lot of buildings demolished at that time, and the plans even mentioned imploding a few above-ground bunkers, backfilling with dirt, and leaving the resulting mounds to be part of the landscape. They also were removing multiple huge 1,000-gallon and 25,000-gallon underground fuel storage tanks. And even before that, when the base changed hands decades earlier, they'd removed some unsafe or obsolete structures. I'd be more surprised if they didn't find any concrete underground. I'm not saying what they saw was surely the result of previous demolition, and I'd assume they took that into consideration, but I'd be remiss not to mention it. Montauk has also been called New York's Area 51, due to rumors that aliens were held there in underground bunkers. Testimonials from purported Montauk survivors mention encountering alien life forms, everything from the classic grayskins to giant lizard people and extra-dimensional humanoid beings made of hollow glass. Some of the Montauk Project's experiments were said to have the purpose of reverse engineering alien technology. Because of this, the current Camp Hero State Park has become a target for people convinced there are spaceships, and possibly even extraterrestrials, hidden underground there. It's claimed that Montauk researchers encountered friendly extraterrestrials through the time tunnel who generously shared their technology, leading to the development of experimental flying saucers at Camp Hero. Camp Hero was officially shut down in 1981. So how did it end? Nichols and Bielik had a really interesting story about that, too. Nichols said he continued his experiments with the new version of Duncan Cameron and the other Montauk boys in the Montauk chair. After several years of this, Nichols claimed they could reliably travel to other times and places, even to Mars, as Stuart Swerdlow asserted. Eventually, they were able to program Duncan with basic commands that could be performed psychically away from the chair. Nichols claimed that at one point Duncan physically willed an entire building to appear on the base. He also claimed Duncan could implant specific thoughts into other people's minds, could move or destroy objects all the way in the center of town, and that he could drive animals into town or start a remote crime wave. Nichols claimed that, quote, "One day all the animals in the woods raced into town, mooing and crying out in terror. Locals say this never happened." At one point, Nichols' superiors ordered him to turn on the Montauk chair and leave it running through August 12, 1983. By having this second time travel machine switched on, the Montauk Project successfully created the time wormhole to 1943. This explains how 1943's Edward and Duncan Cameron came through the portal to Montauk in 1983. Nichols did his best to keep the Duncan Cameron of 1943 away from his 1983 counterpart, but realized time travel was far too complex and dangerous to keep playing with. This is when he and 3 colleagues decided it was time to end the project forever. They devised a plan of rebellion involving the replacement Duncan Cameron. Nichols said, quote, "We finally decided we'd had enough of the whole experiment. The contingency program was activated by someone approaching Duncan while he was in the chair and simply whispering, 'The time is now.' At this moment, he let loose a monster from his subconscious, and the transmitter actually portrayed a hairy monster. It was big, hairy, hungry, and nasty. But it didn't appear underground in the null point. It showed up somewhere on the base. It would eat anything it could find, and it smashed everything in sight. Several different people saw it, but almost everyone described a different beast." End quote. This probably inspired the manifestation of the Stranger Things Demogorgon, at least a little bit. According to Nichols, they had to smash all of the equipment that powered the Montauk chair to remove the creature from existence and send it back to its own dimension. This happened simultaneously with the original 1943 Cameron brothers being sent back to the USS Eldridge with orders to destroy the equipment there. The hairy beast, now nicknamed Junior by conspiracy theorists, disappeared into nothingness. Employees were then brainwashed using MK Ultra techniques to forget their work on the project entirely. All incriminating evidence was removed, and the underground levels of the facility were filled with cement. Preston Nichols and Peter Moon's Montauk book series also made some other allegations about the site and the Montauk Project. These included that the AIDS virus was created in a laboratory at Montauk, that the Montauk Project was led by Nikola Tesla, who faked his own death in 1943 and moved to Long Island in the 1970s, that the time tunnel developed at Montauk allowed researchers to travel anywhere in time or space. This included altering the outcome of both the Civil War and World War II, and that the infamous Men in Black were developed at Montauk, as well as the mysterious black helicopters known to make an appearance in many conspiracy theories, which also used the facility as a landing base. The Montauk Project also created superhumans, and serums designed to turn regular humans into superhumans. Creatures of urban legends such as the Jersey Devil were supposedly created at Montauk. Nichols even claimed that the supposed moon landing hoax of 1969 was filmed at Montauk. They've also taken credit for the assassination of JFK and the extinction of the dinosaurs. The list just goes on and on. This is where Nichols veers a little bit too far into QAnon-style conspiracy for my liking, just throwing every ludicrous conspiracy theory at the wall to see what will stick and get people on board. Stuart Swerdlow actually claims to have some sort of inside knowledge of QAnon. In one interview, he said, "The Q movement, as I have subsequently found in the past year or so, is legitimate." He claims Q is a small group made up of deep military intelligence and extraterrestrials to end the deep state, and that it's all connected to the stories he's been telling over the years. This really doesn't help his credibility. Nichols also constantly claimed his life was at risk and that someone was trying to shut him up. He reported multiple assassination attempts against him, though none of them were proven to be real. There's no way I could cover all of Preston Nichols or Stuart Swerdlow's tall tales in this video. We'd be here all day. But the truth is, there are some mysterious things still going on in the general area of Montauk. In July of 2008, an unidentified animal carcass washed ashore at Ditch Plains, a popular surfing beach on the Montauk Peninsula, just 4 miles west of Camp Hero. It was quickly dubbed the Montauk Monster. Long story short, 3 young women spotted the beast and snapped a photo of the hairless, bloated, bruised, and somewhat scorched carcass. The photo soon went viral. Nobody could agree on what the creature in the picture actually was. But by the time that picture reached the public, the carcass had disappeared. Locals refused to comment on its whereabouts for the most part. Over time, a couple people would say it had been buried in the backyard of an undisclosed residence. It was described as no bigger than a cat. One man claimed he'd intended to let the carcass decompose, then give the bones to a photographer friend for an art project. Lauren Coleman, the world's leading cryptozoologist, is convinced the Montauk Monster was actually a decomposing raccoon, with bloating and skin slippage from being in the water. This matches up with another person's story that they'd found a dead raccoon and given it a Viking funeral. Coleman also mentioned that the Montauk Monster photos started a trend of cryptid sightings, with other Montauk monsters suddenly being spotted all around the world. But many believe the Montauk Monster to be an escaped experiment from nearby Plum Island, a highly secretive animal research facility with some rather Montauk Project-like rumors of its own. Plum Island is the government's secretive animal disease center. Most notably, there's a persistent rumor that Lyme disease was originally created there, considering it's located suspiciously close to Old Lyme, Connecticut, where the disease first appeared. Does it not seem a little strange that there would be so many secretive government facilities in one little area of Long Island? There is another plausible reason for the Montauk Project rumors that have run amok since the 1980s, and another explanation for Garetano's evidence of what would appear to be underground structures below the base. A Montauk area local named Paul Fagan spent 14 years exploring Camp Hero and scouring government documents at the National Archives in Manhattan. He believed there may actually be a nuclear reactor secretly buried at the site installed around 1958 as part of the Cold War-era Army nuclear power program. His theory was that the conspiracy theorists about Camp Hero may actually have been planted by the U.S. government to deflect attention from the possible reactor. The U.S. government, as expected, has denied the existence of the Montauk Project, but they also denied their research into mind control and remote viewing with Project MKUltra and Project Stargate, until those research documents were declassified. The American government is no stranger to secret military experiments with unsuspecting civilian test subjects. In 1932, the Public Health Service began what they called the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male, in which 600 black men, 399 of whom had syphilis, were observed and actively denied treatments for the disease. After World War II, the U.S. aggressively recruited Nazi scientists, many of whom had performed atrocious human experiments in Hitler's concentration camps, as part of Operation Paperclip. These Nazis were then employed in the U.S.'s own inhumane human experiments, so it's certainly possible they could have been involved at the Montauk military base, in some capacity. Sub-Project 119 of Project MKUltra was the U.S. government's initial electromagnetic program. It was, quote, a critical review of activation of human behavior by remote means. Sub-Project 54 of MKUltra attempted to create a perfect concussion program where suboral frequency blasts would erase human memory to cause temporary amnesia, apparently using ultrasound. Other experiments tried to, quote, produce shock and confusion over extended periods of time and capable of surreptitious use. As author and journalist Steve Volk said in the History Channel's The Dark Files regarding the Montauk Project, the reason that Americans are so interested in conspiracy theories is that conspiracies happen. Unfortunately, there are also those out there who prey on people that are susceptible to believing every conspiracy they hear about. Many people, including Montauk area locals who don't believe all of the conspiracy theories, do suspect there was more to the Montauk military base than meets the eye. One very good reason for that is written in the property's deed. When the deed to Camp Hero was transferred from the U.S. government to the New York State Department of Parks and Recreation, the paperwork specifically stipulated that while New York State would own everything on the surface of the base, the government retained ownership of everything below the surface. That wordage really seems to lend credence to the theories that there's something mysterious below ground at Camp Hero. Local Chamber of Commerce President Paul Monty is quoted as saying, "No doubt the stories have been embellished, but I don't doubt that things went on there in the Cold War years. Even today the base is patrolled and watched. They obviously don't want people in there even now." Some locals also lament the fact that the conspiracy theories draw so many gawkers to the site who ignore the legitimate military history of the area. Before Camp Hero became a state park, local Brian Minnick and his friends managed to explore inside of the radar tower. I've seen interior photos from other urban explorers as well. What Minnick found were various documents as well as sealed entrances that could suggest the infrastructure of the base is more complex than the official blueprints admit. Minnick explored an underground tunnel that led to a heavy door with a heavy wheel on it like a bank vault. The abandoned documents also suggested that the base operated for far longer than the government would have us believe. Minnick and his friends found records of mass quantities of food ordered to the base in the late 1980s, years after the military officially decommissioned the facility. Like $80,000 a month worth of food. Montauk conspiracy believers also cite Minnick's photos of brightly painted rooms with psychedelic patterned wallpaper as evidence of the captive Montauk boys' existence, and that they were probably subjected to LSD tests in so-called acid rooms. Minnick said in the Dark Files, there were a lot of strange things, and the sum total of all those strange things is compelling. Nichols' co-writer on the Montauk books, Vincent Barbarick, aka Peter Moon, told the New York Post, "We're dealing with phenomena that's not just 3D. If you research sacred geometry, Montauk is known for being a power vortex. Geologically, it's an underground mountain that comes up. It's its own separate island in a way. Something happened out there, that I'm sure of." Peter Bove, author of the novel Montauk Time and a former Manhattan advertising executive, has said, "I believe it's entirely possible that the human experiment stories are true. Scientifically, physiologically, it's all conceivably real. I believe there were Army experiments out there that involved interdimensional travel, and the fallout from that still exists, like a tear in the space-time continuum. Having said that, there's no hard evidence that I've seen to prove it." Bove has spent summers in the Montauk area since childhood and says he knows just about everyone in town. Paul Fagan once said, "So many people, including me, who spent any time looking into Camp Hero ended up completely different people afterwards. It's a strange coincidence, but I've seen it happen to multiple people. I got so squirrely I had to leave town for a while. All I can say is the imagination is one hell of a machine that can affect you to the point where you no longer know what's true and what isn't. And on that note, one thing that struck me is that these recovered memories of the Montauk Project were all seemingly unearthed using methods like hypnosis. I'm old enough to remember when something called false memory syndrome and recovered memory therapy were in the news. In psychology, false memory syndrome, or FMS, describes a condition in which a person's identity and relationships are affected by false memories, recollections that are factually incorrect yet strongly believed. The principle that individuals can hold false memories and the role that outside influence can play on their formation is widely accepted by scientists, though FMS isn't officially recognized as a psychiatric illness in any medical manuals. False memory syndrome may be the result of recovered memory therapy, a term coined in the early 1990s, which describes a range of therapy methods that are supposed to help a patient recover repressed memories from possible previously forgotten trauma, but are prone to creating false memories instead. Because of this, repressed memory, known by the diagnostic term dissociative amnesia, has long been controversial in psychiatry. During the 1980s, there were a spate of highly publicized court cases due to claims of childhood sexual abuse based on repressed memories that were recovered using these sort of recovered memory therapy techniques. In many cases, the evidence just didn't match up to the claims, though many of the accused were imprisoned regardless. This was also part of the greater satanic panic, mass hysteria phenomenon, which I'll be going into in my next video about the real-life inspirations behind Stranger Things. In the early 1990s, a number of the supposed victims retracted their allegations, admitting they'd been influenced by therapeutic techniques, often as impressionable children. This also sucks because there are real victims of childhood abuse who repress painful memories as a coping mechanism. When those memories come to the surface, they need to be taken seriously. I think the evidence points to many of the stories from supposed Montauk survivors being untrue, though if we give them the benefit of the doubt that they haven't completely fabricated this for attention or unknown motives, I think there could be an argument that the therapeutic techniques many of them use to retrieve these memories may have led to false ones being implanted. But my healthy distrust of the government and knowledge of really far-fetched government conspiracies that turned out to be completely true block me from being able to write this off completely. All of the men behind the key Montauk Project lore have stuck to their stories as far as I know of, though they do have trouble keeping them straight with each retelling. And the reborn Duncan Cameron did seem to pull back from it a bit in late 1997, retracting many of his statements on the abuse of the Montauk boys, claiming to only have knowledge of time travel and interdimensional technologies. Nichols and his co-writer Vincent Barbaric attributed this to Cameron being under a new form of mind control by a recent female companion and her associates. It wasn't long before Cameron was supporting the entire Montauk Project narrative again. He appeared at conventions right up until 2017 and offered online psychic services for things like personal energy clearing, home clearing, and couples therapy. Duncan Cameron died in 2019. Between 1981 and 1999, Preston Nichols hosted many panels at USPA conferences on topics related to fringe science and radio technology. He died in 1998. Alfred Bielek once claimed he'd given interviews about his Montauk experiences to over 50 radio and TV shows and spoke at over 50 conventions. He died in 2007. Vincent Barbaric, aka Peter Moon, is still the owner of Sky Books, the company that published his and Nichols' Montauk series. He also has a website called the Time Travel Education Center, which appears to be pretty partial to L. Ron Hubbard. Interestingly, he also claims that the Montauk Project's Cameron brothers are related to both L. Ron Hubbard and the sadistic Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron of MKUltra fame. Today, much of the decommissioned facilities at Camp Hero are still standing, as sort of a spooky ghost town in scenic surroundings. The Sage Radar Tower is still used as a noticeable, albeit creepy landmark for boats sailing around the fork of Long Island. Now a state park, it draws nearly 400,000 visitors per year, from urban explorers to curious locals and family outings to military enthusiasts and alien and conspiracy fanatics. most people seem to agree that it's a rather strange state park. Many say something doesn't feel right about the place. But I suppose that could be attributed to all of the do not enter, danger, and no trespassing signs around the crumbling boarded up buildings, or being on constant video surveillance, or the brochures they hand out to visitors to instruct them on what to do if they happen across an unexploded ordnance, bomb, landmine, bullet, grenade, or otherwise. Or maybe it's the presence of manhole covers and grates when there isn't supposed to be anything underground. Or the unsettlingly persistent reports that the officially inactive base still draws military levels of electricity. And it certainly doesn't help that some visitors claim you can still hear screams from the abandoned tunnels. In my opinion, Nichols, Barbarick, Bielik, Swerdlow, and Duncan Cameron were all hoaxers, but there could very well be more than meets the eye at Montauk. In fact, some people believe they're all part of a government disinformation team, organized to spread lies, distortions, and half-truths to disguise the true nature of the Montauk Project and others like it. I really can't think of a better way to convince the public to doubt this story than to have those guys talk about it for 30 years. But they've attracted a lot of supporters along the way. The loudest of those supporters and true believers in the Montauk Project often tend to have their own histories of lying, fraud and other crimes, publicity stunts, or involvement in cults, making them appear to not be the most believable witnesses. But of course, they all say that's due to the government's efforts to silence and discredit them. Since the publication of the first Montauk book, dozens if not hundreds of people have claimed to have first-hand knowledge of the Montauk Project from their own recovered memories. And each of those people seems to add another new conspiracy theory into the mix. And with each new online post about it, or podcast discussing it, or video like this one, more people fall into the Montauk rabbit hole. There are many people out there who are convinced these government mind control experiments are still going on today, at another secret facility, or even at Montauk itself. I wouldn't say that's impossible. Well, maybe the at Montauk part. Though we always have to be careful with conspiracy theories. They can be a very slippery slope into unhealthy obsession and a refusal to employ critical thinking skills. We're seeing a lot of that lately, and I don't want to contribute to it. So, as always, take everything with a grain of salt, do your own research, and if something sounds too crazy to be true, it most likely is, until proven otherwise.
Final session. In 1989, Al Bielek came forward to reveal his participation in the astonishing Philadelphia experiment, and that he had survived time warping, invisibility, and electromagnetic zapping. Let's give a round of applause, if you will, to Al Bielek.
Thank you very much. Tonight should be considered part 2 of the lecture, which I delivered yesterday at noon regarding the Philadelphia experiment. Tonight we go into the Montauk Project and what happened there and why it's so significant, and particularly today, why it is significant. I'll just crank that one back until we're ready. The Montauk Project, what was it? What is it? It was a continuation of the work started during World War II and continued afterwards, which started the second phase, you might say, of the entire operation, began in 1947 at Brookhaven National Laboratories. Now, what happened preceding that, leading up to it? First of all, we had the Philadelphia experiment. It failed in 1943. It was scrapped, at least for the war years. It was revived in 1947. Dr. John von Neumann was asked to look into the matter again, see if he could salvage anything, maybe find out what went wrong. That became, at a somewhat later date, 1953, another part of the of the Phoenix Project. They changed the name again, too. It was no longer Rainbow Project. But during the years prior to World War II, and even for the first 2 years of World War II, there was a slow but steady trickle of German scientists, refugees, almost all Jewish, who fled Nazi Germany, And they were helped out in that desire to leave Germany and come to the United States by a man who had the proper connections with intelligence, with Interpol, and with the whole 9 yards of this sort of thing. And that man was my father, Alexander Duncan Cameron Sr. We don't know yet how he made these connections or why he was so well connected, but he was. In the period from 1933 to 1942, we brought out 9 refugee German Jewish scientists. They brought them in a very strange manner. They were put in a 12-foot case, which was typical for shipping ocean freight in those days, furniture and goodies for the store, the family store. And they would put a false room, a false intersection, which was outfitted for somebody to survive, like a bed, like some food, water, light, the proper facilities, and an air tube which went to the outside of the case. And this 12-foot on the side wooden box would be put on the top of the hold of the ship. The ship would ply the Atlantic, wind up coming into New York, and would unload at the harbor, and this crate would be moved to the store in Brooklyn. The man would be released, and he would be allowed to stay for a number of months in the family home on Long Island, the 23-room mansion, which I have shown you pictures of previously. And he would then be given a facelift and perhaps a change of hairstyle. And eventually, these 9 men became part of an ongoing project not at Montauk initially, but at Phoenix project as then located at Brookhaven National Laboratories. One of the men that was also brought over at that time was also a refugee scientist, and that was Herman Zienterman, who later became director of the Phoenix Project, working out of Lincoln Labs, MIT, in Massachusetts. So the war was over. We captured a lot of equipment from the Germans, a lot of paperwork, a lot of patents, a lot of trade secrets, 26 railroad car loads full. It was the biggest steal in history. And other things also came from Nazi Germany, which helped to finance this project. I'll get into that later because it's the latter part of the story. These refugee scientists were set up at Brookhaven to continue work which they had started during or prior to World War II, and that project was known as mind control. In other words, how can you influence the human mind and make the person, because of the influence on his mind, do what you want him to do, or forget what you want him to forget, or perhaps put in false memories. The earliest phases of this were primarily centered around the idea of controlling the person's behavior. And this work started at Brookhaven, went on from 1947-48 through a period of 20 years till about 1968. Now, Brookhaven National Laboratories was a national, and is a national laboratory. That means it is tax-funded, and because it is tax-funded, they must make monthly reports to the oversight committees in Congress and the Senate as to what they're doing, what they're spending the money on. Nobody read the reports in the early days. Nobody could care less, apparently, in those days, through the 40s and the 50s. But sometime in the 60s, mid-late 60s, somebody started reading these reports. And they found that there's a project going on at Brookhaven we don't really like the sound of. This is mind control. What are they doing? So they started to look into it and get some reports back, and the Senate has their own way of gathering intelligence. And they finally became very horrified at the possibilities that they might use this on the people in the Senate or the Congress. So the orders went out to cancel the project and kick these scientists out of Brookhaven, which was done. So what happened to them? There is a very large military base to the east of Brookhaven National Laboratories. Brookhaven is essentially central to the eastern part of Long Island. And on the extreme eastern tip, there was a military base, now abandoned, has been abandoned officially on the government record since 1969, but it was a military base operational from prior to World War I until well after the end of World War II. Officially and originally, it was known as Fort Hero, an Army base, and it had 2 underwater entrance submarine pens for the U.S. Navy's use, which are still there, but they stopped using them in 1983. And this was the base which was still there in 1947. World War II was over. And then about a few years later, the Air Force came in and wanted space, which they were given to do some research work on high-powered new radar systems. They eventually developed there the SAGE radar system, which became the bulwark of defense for early warning radar over the horizon. And 25 of these sites were built around the periphery of the U.S. They were fairly high-powered. They would see over the horizon. But Montauk was the research point where they did this work. Eventually, they developed a newer system there at Montauk, which became known later as the BMU system. And this system, when developed, was moved out of Montauk and out of the U.S., went up to Canada and became the BMU's early warning system over the horizon. And they abandoned the entire SAGE system in about 1969. All the bases became surplus, as did Montauk. All the military officially moved off, and the scientists were left behind. How did they get there in the first place? Well, they went wandering around looking for a new home to continue their research. And they weren't very far away from Montauk, so they went up there and talked with some Army brass. And the Army people were very interested in what they were doing as a military project. They said, sure, you can come here and you continue your research. This was in '68. The base was not abandoned by the military personnel until '69, so there was about a year of overlap. And when the military personnel left, the scientists were left behind with the other people who were brought in to help support the project. And the base was carried on GSA, that's General Services Administration records, as a surplus, unused base. What a joke. It was hardly unused. And one of the other interesting sidelights was who picked up the tab for the power bill, because electric power had to be pumped in there for the research and all of the hardware which came later. And this electric bill was picked up by the New York State Parks Commission. It averaged $55,000 per month. So they consumed a little bit of power. And that was in the latter phases, perhaps not earlier. But these scientists were there, they continued their work, and were out of Brookhaven. And they were involved in what was generally considered phase one of the Phoenix Project. The Phoenix Project is actually an umbrella name which covers many, many projects. It's still used today, that name that is, to cover and hide many other projects. So they continued to work on the mind control systems, and in the meantime, of course, von Neumann had completed his work on the Philadelphia experiment, Project Rainbow, developed a system which was, I won't say perfect, but certainly flawless in terms of the human element. The Navy bought it, demonstrated it, tested it on a ship in 1953. It was totally successful. And they then changed the name of that project from Project Rainbow to Project Phoenix, Phase 2. I'm using the P1, P2, or phase numbers for a reason, because it goes on beyond this. Very little, perhaps no work was done out there at Montauk itself relative to the Invisibility Project. I don't really know where they can carry the work on to continue the development, as it went through many generations of hardware, making it smaller, so today it is used on aircraft very readily. The Navy fighter aircraft are all equipped with the invisibility system. The Israeli fighter aircraft, the B-1 bomber, the B-2 bomber, the SR-71, and all the supercarriers have it. No problem with power or space on a supercarrier, but there's definitely a problem with space and power on a jet aircraft. But they did find a way to make it work in a smaller package, and it was installed on the aircraft. There was even a public demonstration of this capability over Hawaii 2 summers ago, now almost 3, in which I became involved because a radio announcer called me and asked what was going on, and I told him. They became invisible over the beach, flew into a cloud bank, were never seen to come out, but were heard to come out. They were getting a little bit brazen at that point. But that was phase 2. The more important part of the Montauk project is phase 3. And that was the development and the continuation of research begun during World War II on time travel. Very few people know that the Germans developed a working, somewhat crude, but working time machine in 1945, which they used and then destroyed before Germany collapsed. And Dr. von Neumann in the laboratories in late 43, early 44 also developed a time machine. And the sole purpose of that was to send me back into the 80s to find out, was there really a lockup with the Philadelphia experiment? Was he really there in the 80s? and bring back proof that this project and all of the hardware and everything related to it really existed. So I was the guinea pig for his new time machine, and I went back to the 80s more than once. Eventually he was satisfied with what I brought back in the way of evidential proof, and that was the end of that particular project. And of course in '47 I was brainwashed, taken out of the Navy, taken out of the Navy first by a very circuitous route. If I didn't give you the story yesterday, I'll give it to you now briefly. On July 4th of 1947, I was picnicking with the family in a small town next to Los Alamos. Navy MPs came up, went through the formal procedure of identifying me. And when I identified myself as Commander Cameron, they said, well, you're under arrest. And I said, what are the charges? As espionage. We have to take you in. So after a few minutes of a tearful goodbye with the family, whom I never saw again, I was taken in handcuffs to one of the famous Navy buses, put on a train in Albuquerque, went to Washington expecting a full court-martial, which never happened. They dropped charges, and then said I had a new assignment, sent me out to Fort Hero. Fort Hero was also a Navy base at that time. I knew nothing at that point about, at the time, that was the location of the future Montauk project. So I went out there expecting to have some work to do. After a short period, a few hours, I was told to stand in a certain magic circle and don't move, surrounded by 75 MPs with drawn weapons. You don't move. Suddenly I wasn't there. I was back in the labs in '83 at Montauk in the underground. I was told by a very tearful Dr. von Neumann that they were going to strip me of all my memories, put me through the age regression equipment, reduce my physical size of the body in age to about 1 year, and then plug me into another family in the past, namely 1927, which is what it turned out to be, and start life over. He said, I have nothing to do with this. I can't do anything to stop it because I'm only a consultant here now. So they did all of this. I wound up as Al Bielek and his family growing up from roughly the age 1. And went through life, grew up, went in the Navy again in 1945 and 46, again in electronics, but as a serviceman, a technician. Eventually went to school, acquired a degree in engineering, and was a consulting electronic engineer most of my career from 1958 to 1988. I took a break in the middle and moved to California. Now, the rest of that project, which was ongoing, I eventually became part of, which was not known to me after it crashed in August of 1983. The memories came back later. But phase 3 was the development and the continuing work on time tunnels, time research, and what could be done with it. The man who was in charge of this project was a Dr. Hermann C. Untermann, a physicist from Nazi Germany, who was smuggled out in 1938. He wanted out. He was forced to become a member of the Nazi Party after he got his PhD in physics at Göttingen University in Göttingen, Germany. And through my father, which he verified fully himself to Preston Nichols in one night over dinner with a few drinks, spiked drinks, became very loquacious and told the whole story, how he'd been smuggled out of Germany by my father across the Atlantic to the store in Brooklyn and so forth. He eventually became director of the project, and that was in 1977. The prior and original director was Dr. John von Neumann, who, far from being dead of cancer in 1957, was cured of it and was given a new identity under the Federal Protected Witnesses Program. Now, what were they attempting to accomplish in this third phase? To talk about, pardon the expression, an ordinary time machine, because they're hardly ordinary, but nevertheless, in a reference wherein you are only concerned with transporting yourself or an object through time, you maintain the same physical location reference. That is an example. If I were able to travel a year into the future from this point right now, I would not move from this physical location. And if a year in the future this room and this podium was still here, I'd be leaning on the podium a year from now, and probably none of you would be here. But if it went far enough into the future, the building might be gone. The difference between strict time travel and what they were working on at Montauk was the fact that they wanted to be able to control two elements. One was your position in time, the time reference, and the second one was your physical location reference. In other words, they wanted to be able to move you around like teleportation to any location they wanted, whether they changed the time reference or not. The beginnings of the research for this began in areas other than Montauk about 1963 and continued on in Montauk from that point on about 1968. It involved a part of the project which perhaps most people do not realize the extent of involvement of our government with aliens, I mean extraterrestrials, but due to this agreement, the treaty signed by then President Eisenhower in 1954 at Edwards Air Force Base with the Greys and others, we guaranteed their safety, non-interference with each other's society and civilization, an exchange of technical data and information, and we would also provide them with underground bases and a transportation system. And from that came the alien intervention in much of our scientific research. They added many aspects we did not have. We had the technology by the late 60s to build equipment which we didn't really understand at first, but they explained the principles and we were able to build it. So eventually, about 1973, they started ordering special hardware to modify the SAGE radar system into the new system, which was to be time tunnels, time tunnel travel. There was much other early aspects of this research. My book, the Montauk, or I should say Preston's book, the Montauk Project, goes into the details of the earlier phases of what they uncovered at first. They found that with the properly functioning transmitter, coupled to the mind of a human, after they got the basic groundwork solved, a person could think of an object, like a chair or a table, and the transmitter, when on and functioning, would create that object physically in 3 dimensions, solid. You could kick it up and throw it around and do anything you wanted with it, as long as the transmitter was on. Eventually, the first phases, of course, when we turned the transmitter off, the object disappeared. They finally solved that problem so that when they turned the transmitter off, the object stayed. It was a real creation. That was one of the earlier phases of work they went through to learn what they could do with this transmitter. Dr. Unterman was given the charge by the U.S. government to do all the research he could in the space and time, learn all they could, and that he had to learn to work with aliens. He was a hard-headed German who perhaps had never been exposed to anything of this nature, finding he had to work with aliens. I'll go into how many aliens and what types in the slides in a little bit. But they worked on this project for many years and were very successful. It went through many phases, many changes. They tried to do it all with computers at first, and then one of the group called the Leverons, who had a great deal of computer technology, they had their own computers, but they provided the transfer of data to our IBM 360s, because that was the best we had at that time, eventually to a 370. And Cray computers only came in near the end of the project, or at the end of the research portion of the project, about 77. But with these pieces of hardware they had, and they modified and they built to special order, they were able eventually to achieve some manner of time tunnel control. And it was sloppy at first, but they did, by 1979, perfect it. It took many changes. They finally adopted the idea that you can't control it completely with a computer. We don't have a computer complex enough that can handle this sort of thing. So someone came up with the bright idea, well, let's put a psychic in the loop here and pick up his energies as he thinks about whatever he's trained to think about, and maybe this will make the thing work in a reliable manner. And that was what they did, and they did succeed. My brother Duncan was the principal psychic, but he had to undergo very special training to be able to interface with a computer, actually a string of computers, before you got to the 360. And that made the project successful. They were able then to go anywhere in this galaxy, eventually, any time from about 100,000 years in the past to about, I am told, and I can't prove this statement, they claimed 1 million years in the future. I don't know if they did or not, but that was what we were told. But that became a major part of the project as Albelik. And that creates a problem in terms of understanding how I could live and hold down a career as a consulting electronic engineer all over the United States and also be working a good part of the time on this project. I've not been able to solve yet completely how that was handled. I know in part how it was handled, but not fully. This project went on and was used jointly by those who were interested in it, and I developed it privately because there was no government money in this project. It was developed by private interests. All of the scientists were ex-Germans or ex-Nazis. Nazism was considered dead, of course, by 1947. And all of these former scientists were involved in the project, as well as many alien groups, and they split the usage of this station between alien interests and what loosely could be called government interests, largely private interests. Nonetheless, there were government people involved. The Air Force was heavily involved with this project in terms of representation, observance, and putting some inputs as to what they wanted to try to do. Same went for the Navy and the Army. They all had personnel there, but none of them were paid by the Montauk Project. They were all paid out of the Pentagon or wherever else they were stationed normally. All of the personnel there were what they call TDY, temporary duty. Not the civilians. How they handled the finances for them, I don't know, because most of them were never paid, to my knowledge. And that was one of the reasons for maintaining a cover of an outside career. They worked the blazes out of us, but we never got paid for it. The government, or whomever, likes that. Nonetheless, the project went on, and they did succeed in doing many things. Among them was a project involving interfacing with Mars. In case you people don't know it, I suggest you either acquire a copy of the book or the video entitled Alternative 3, which documents the history of our being on Mars on 22 May 1962 in a joint American-Russian project which has a remote control landing. There was no personnel involved, but they had TV cameras and sent the images back to Earth. How this was uncovered, there's a very interesting story. It was put on by Anglia TV in April of 1977, and they were royally slapped on the wrist for doing it. They had to recant or lose their license, according to the English, what we've heard since, and the English government didn't like it. In any case, there were definite grounds for saying that we could live on Mars. They had all the proof in terms of the gravity, the air pressure, the temperature, and moon bases were developed in the mid to late 60s, and from there they transferred to Mars, and we have colonies today on Mars. But one of the interesting things that turned up, and of course NASA has published some of the pictures of the face on Mars and the pyramids and a little bit about the ruined cities that have been found, the colonists found entrances which were totally sealed, leading obviously into some underground system. They couldn't break through. They needed heavy earth-moving equipment, CATs, which they simply were not able to get up there. And they finally radioed to Earth and mentioned this, and it got to the Montauk Project, and the people there said, well, give us some coordinates where on the surface of Mars you think these underground caverns are located. Well, in the computer complex, they had all of the information about celestial positioning of the planets in our solar system and the progress day by day, hour by hour of a planet. So it was no problem to plug in a coordinate and do the proper mathematical manipulations to figure out where to send a tunnel to contact the surface of Mars, or really the underground. But they didn't take any chances in first. They sent a camera to see whether the camera wound up on solid rock, which was no problem with the camera, or whether they got a returnable, usable image. brought the camera back and they found that it had been in a cavern and they got pictures. So they sent a crew, an exploratory crew there many times. Duncan and I were in that a number of times. Huge underground, all abandoned. A lot of artifacts, records, obvious artifacts of an ancient civilization which had died out quite some years prior. We estimated maybe 10 or 20,000 years prior. NASA estimates the surface works died out, the surface civilization died out perhaps 300,000 years ago. It's a very crude estimate, they don't really know, but it's an estimate. But that was one of the uses of Montauk, to explore the underground of Mars, quite successfully. Where else they used it, I don't know. But some of the other things they use this project for, I can tell you. Let's look at this point at some of the slides, and I'll give you a little better background and feeling. And I will also mention before I start the slides that this project was sabotaged and crashed on the night of 12 August 1983, and how I will go into in the slides. Everyone was given their debriefing, which is a polite term for brainwashing, starting January 1, 1984, and continuing for several months for some people, so that they wouldn't remember being part of this project. Nothing was done to interfere with their normal memories of whatever they've been doing as a civilian outside of this project. But this project was erased. It didn't last very long, because in 1985, at the invitation of Preston Nichols, he, and my brother Duncan, whom I didn't know then was my brother, made a trip out to Montauk and surveyed what was left. And that becomes an interesting story and the rest of it. But let's go into what was going on and give you some flavor and view of what the base looked like. First of all, a map of Long Island to point out to you where the base was, and is still, because the remains are all still there. All the way out on the eastern tip of the island, the South Fork, there is a lighthouse called Montauk Lighthouse, there is a state park, and there is the military base called Montauk Air Force Base. We still have recovered the signs and the pictures of the signs from that era. But that is basically where the Montauk project originated and took place. I might add, this was only one of 25 SAGE sites. We still don't know where all the SAGE sites were, though we know where about 12 or 14 were. The information we have is that they were all operational at one time. Towards the end, in 1982-83, there were only 3 left operational, and they were tied together to Montauk as the master control station because of the timing systems and such through satellites. But let's go on here and I'll show you a little more. Now, as I mentioned, in August of 1985, I was invited by Preston to come out and visit him in his laboratory. And I stayed 2 weeks. And he, I, and Duncan, at that point I didn't know was my brother, half-brother legally, took this trip by his van out to Montauk. He said, I want to show you some things on the eastern end of the island, see what you think about them, what you feel about them. So we're passing the town of Montauk and a rise in the hill out there. It's not very high hills on eastern Long Island. The first view you have is of this view like that is there of the radar tower peeking over the hills, as it were. You get a little closer, you see the tower is still taller, and you begin to get an idea of how big it is when you get on the base. What we did was we went to the public park, parked the van, and walked a short distance to a roadway which led around gates which were already down, largely trampled down. The base was wide open. This is in 1985, August. And we made a grand tour, the 3 of us, to see what we could see. So we get on base, and you see this radar tower. This was the original SAGE radar system in the radar tower, and the antenna was still very much intact. These pictures were taken in May of '86, by the way. Some later ones I have were taken much later. But you get up close, and you can have some idea of the size of this thing. That tower was equivalent to an 8-story tower, though there were only 5 floors in it. The antenna itself was 60 feet high from bottom to top and 120 feet across and weighed about 125 tons. The drive motors and assembly, gearbox assembly on the base was another 125 tons. We had 250 tons on the roof of that building. Needless to say, the building was very heavily reinforced. It was built for the purpose of supporting that antenna system. The reason it was so heavy was they wanted it to be able to acquire and hold a target, a radar target, in winds up to 115 miles an hour. And the winds get rather stiff on the eastern end of Long Island in a storm. I think that's about as sharp as we'll get it. It's a broadside view of the antenna. It'll give you a little better idea of what it was like in terms of size and spread. It's still there today. Some of the old feed horns was all very high-powered RF. We didn't realize until fairly recently how high-powered it was, because the original Sage system only used 2 ampletrons driving the antenna, which were by manufacturer specs capable of 1 megawatt CW output at 475 megahertz. They could be pulsed to about 25 megawatts. They used 2 in parallel in a special formation. It was not strict parallel. But the feed system had largely collapsed between the time when the antenna and the system was abandoned in '83 till we went on the base and took these pictures in May '86. But this is what we saw in August of '85. There's another view of what we saw there. And you had on the top of that antenna tower 2 strange other antennas. This one was a directional, rotatable with all the cables. And from that antenna tower, as part of the documentation in '86, we took pictures in every direction. There was a special photographer there, had a group in from Phoenix who was trying to document and prove in some manner whether or not this project, which I had discussed with somebody in Phoenix in Christmas of '85, involved a diversion of money from a regular authorized government project to an illegal project. The attempt was to prove this was the case, and a major investigation was underway by none other than then Senator Barry Goldwater. We were never able to prove it, but we certainly did find a lot out. Now, these pictures, all taken from the radar tower, show the size and extent of the base. And there were other radar installations also long since removed, and those flat towers are once domed. But this gives you an idea of the size of the base. And some of the structures we saw from the roof. Roadways leading all over, barracks which were once used. More of the same. There were headquarters buildings for the officers, there were barracks for what enlisted personnel were there. And then we went inside the radar tower. There were a few more pictures, I don't have them. But this was the main AC feed transformer off the line, 3-phase, 440 volt from LOCO, which provided, when rectified, the power for the system up in the radar tower. There was more to the system than what was in the radar tower. This was one of the high voltage transformers, the modulation transformer. It gives you some idea of the size of that equipment. That transformer stood about 4 feet off the floor. That is to say, it stood from the floor 4 feet up. It was very heavy, perhaps half a ton. And the output stage, the final choice, was a specially developed amplitron by Raytheon. That's one of them. There were 2. They were liquid cooled. They had a huge magnet around them. And they had hardware tongs, if you will, to take the tube out if it failed, because this did happen, and replace it. The second one there had part of the top removed. Liquid cooled up here. This doesn't say anything about what we found eventually was installed in the basement, as we called it. This is the traffic circle and the famous grass circle where I was told to stand when I was sent back there in '47. The military base then looked a great deal like it does now. There was very little difference. As the military bases usually don't change that much until the Air Force came in and added a few things, including the tower. But in the process of our investigation in 1986, because I went home, eventually flew back in May of '86, home being Phoenix at that time. And we came back in May '86 with this group. We took pictures and we found this strangely smashed wooden building. It's hard to explain how the building had been destroyed. It looked almost like somebody had hit it with a giant fist. In a certain sense, that was true. From that radar tower, we caught some strange images. This was taken with a standard 35mm camera with standard film. We found off in one section of the field to the north this piece of concrete which is remains of the fortifications used during World War II. Concrete, nothing to reference the physical size, but there we found this strange looking creature. So we blew the picture up. That will give you a little better view of what it looked like, almost a perfect Sasquatch. Not visible to the eye, but was visible to the camera, and since then also to camcorders. It's hard to explain why you can't see with the physical eye, but the camera can. This is a known phenomenon. I'll point out something about it. It didn't move and hasn't moved since. It's a lot clearer in the prints I have because the slides were taken from 8x10 glossies, which were given to me quite some time ago. Preston Nichols has the original slides from which the prints were made. They are slightly clearer, but not that much. But what we learned was that this project, after Duncan and I arrived as Edward and Duncan Cameron from the Philadelphia experiment, were there on the base approximately 12 hours, from about 2 in the morning till approximately 2 in the afternoon. And we went back to the Eldridge. A plot had been conceived about some 6 weeks prior by Preston, by Duncan, and a number of other people, and I was not part of it, which was to bring the station down because they felt there were so many things wrong and evil going on there. It was just decided it was time to end it. So they resorted to a mental implant in Duncan's mind and a command set up in the subconscious that when a certain phrase was spoken to him, he would release from his subconscious, much like the movie Planet X, the monsters of the id and all of that. This creature which would then go into the transmitter, and it had full control over our reality, creating an artificial one. We created this thing in terms of the mental image into a physical, solid, three-dimensional creature, estimated to be about 12 feet high. And this was seen stamping around the base after we had left sometime late afternoon. And it tried to get in the radar tower and could not. And this is reports by people who survived and saw this. I was not there when this happened. I was told to take a hike, a vacation, and I was not there when the final demise of the station occurred. This creature was seen running all over the station, destroying buildings, picking up people and throwing them against concrete walls or whatever, and, shall we say, wrecking people, smashing them. The then station master, Jack Pruitt, got word of this, told people who were not necessary to get out, and that the orders were to kill the power because the power for the station then was being fed through, at least in the radar tower and the surface operations, from Lilco, that's Long Island Lighting Company, approximately 4 megawatts of power. And they said, kill the switches, pull the power. They couldn't. The switches, like on the Eldridge, were frozen. So the word went then, cut the cables with axes any way you can. So they cut the set of feed cables. The lights and the power remained on in the tower and in the station. They found a secondary set of cables, cut those. The lights went out, but the station kept running. At that point, the then station master, Jack Pruitt, who was Air Force, said, "We have a real problem, everybody clear out." And he and Preston Nichols, who was still there, either separately or jointly, acquired, which were available on the station, acetylene torches, portable type, went into the interior of the radar tower and started cutting cable feeds between the modulators, the transmitters, and the computers. And when they cut enough cables, they quite literally had cut the brain apart running this thing, and it collapsed. What had happened and what finally occurred was that this thing had sort of developed its own personality and was quite capable, because it had all of the cutting edge of science and technology that was necessary stored in the computers on base. And it knew how to tap the Dirac-C, a source of unlimited energy. Some of the so-called free energy machines do tap the Dirac-C. There isn't really a free lunch, but it's a means of tapping power which is not conventional. And the whole station knew how to do it. When enough cables were cut, the station went down and this creature disappeared into wherever it went after a few hours, and apparently froze in space and time at this location, because it's still there today in the same spot. But we had proof, photographic proof, that this creature did once exist, according to the legendary stories we had heard. The people who saw it didn't consider it a legend. Now, I've mentioned previously that this station involved cooperative efforts with aliens. Now, what kind of aliens did we have? The agreement in 1954 made with Eisenhower and there were certain alien groups opened the way for large numbers to come in, and they were interested in giving us some technology because they wanted us to build something. And it was a joint effort to build this Montauk operation, not the Sage radar system, but the time tunnel system, which was later developed using elements of the Sage system and the radar tower and the underground. Now, what am I talking about in the underground? Originally, prior to 1928, there was an underground base, quite level, flat. There was no hill out there. And it was built by the military prior to World War I, with one level of underground. It's probably connected with the bunkers for ammunition and all of that. In 1928 and 29, the Army Corps of Engineers came in under somebody's direction and added 5 levels above ground of concrete and steel, a huge installation. And when they were done, they covered it over with dirt and planted. So that became the new underground, 6 levels of it. And of course the radar tower had a freight elevator which went down through all 6 levels. A lot of equipment was stored in the true underground, as we called it. And all of that equipment, most of it probably is still there today. And after the station collapsed, which was on the night of 12 August of 1943, we were told by a survivor that about a week later, a contingent of Marines came in with machine guns and shot and killed everything and anything, whatever, that moved. And after they left, about a week later, 26 truckloads of concrete were brought in, and they sealed up all the entrances to the underground, all the stairwells, elevator shafts, including the main one in the project. But before this happened, the project was very much alive and viable, and part of the project involved aliens. So what kind of aliens did we have? There were several groups. One of the principal ones was the reptilians from the Orion complex, which, as I show in this slide on the left, these are not photographs. These are sketches drawn by people who had seen them and been there, either abducted by these creatures or had direct physical contact with them as part of the project. You had the standard Orion type, who was a reptilian, and on the right the picture shows a draconian, who's typically about 7 foot tall. The ones that usually control the little grays, which I'm sure some of you have heard about, and figure quite heavily in the literature by Schreiber and others in terms of abductions. The one on the lower part is one of the grays. They came in various sizes from 3.5 foot to 7 foot, such as the partial picture of the one on the left, which was one of the old Zeta Reticuli grays, about 7 foot high, and very few of them, reputedly 1,200 years old at the time when they were there, and we don't know how long they lived. The average gray had a lifespan expectancy of about 350 years. They lived a lot longer than humans. They also lived underground and avoided sunlight. Maybe there's a clue there. Anatomically, the grays looked stripped much like this. They were sexless. They did not procreate. They reproduced by a form of cloning and using surrogate mothers who were typically human mothers, where somehow the seed was implanted and they went through the first trimester, and then the incomplete child was removed. There's thousands of medical cases and documentation of women who've had a baby starting to grow, and then suddenly it isn't there anymore. This was what happened. These aliens were using human mothers as surrogates, and after that they were taken to the underground laboratories and they were grown the rest of the way in their underground systems of tubes, not vacuum, but liquid tubes and other systems, until they were adults. They were grown and born, if that's the proper term, as an adult, about 3.5 feet high. They didn't have any children. They looked very much like this. They had very strange internal structures. They could not eat. Their digestive tract was almost totally atrophied. They had to absorb nutrition by sitting in it in a vat, absorbed it through their skin, and about 2 weeks later they excreted the waste products again through their skin. And the food which they used, not very pleasant to consider, but there was an enormous amount of cattle mutilations over the years. They were using cattle blood mixed with human blood because they were also abducting humans for food. That was one of the reasons why in 1947 the first discovery of crashed UFOs in the Bracewell Ranch in New Mexico, which was openly announced in the press after the crews got in there from the government and found not only remains of aliens, but remains of human body parts. The lid went down and has been down ever since. And then, of course, they had the press conference the next day and announced there was a weather balloon that crashed. And this, of course, has been the pattern ever since. The interesting thing about the grays is they have 4 fingers, and they have 4 bones in each finger, unlike humans who have 3. There was a lot of studies been made of them, but these grays were also underground, underfoot most of the time, but they were part of the project. There are other groups, which we do not have slides of, which included the group from Antares that were very human. You couldn't tell them from a human stripped. They were very friendly, and they didn't do anything. They were just there apparently as observers. We also had another group. This is the ones from Sirius, the Syrians from Sirius A, who were very intelligent. They provided most of the technical backup and technical expertise to the Orions and as well as to us. I don't know how long they lived. They were nearly human, but they had strange features, somewhat wrinkled skin, and vertical slit cat eyes. They tended to be friendly at times, but they disdained humans like most of the others. The attitude, I might add, having worked with them, of the Orion reptilians was of absolute disgust bordering on hatred of humans. They were literally using us. They were ordered to do so, to work with us, so they did. Only one draconian. It was interesting that the alien interests were represented by one man who had his own office, or I should not use the word man, one of the aliens, a draconian, who represented all alien interests. He was not high up in the hierarchy, but he was higher in pecking order, if you will, than Jack Pruitt, the station master. There was a total hierarchy beyond that that went up to Herman Siantaman, who operated out of Lincoln Labs, MIT, in Massachusetts. He was the administrative director of the entire project, including all the locations. But he was still not the top. There were 3 levels above him that went into the military. And I will not go into that because of the names involved, and these people are still alive. Some of the things which have been reported, which were done with various means of mind control, brainwashing, implanting ideas, part of this was alien and part of this project was human. But the Syrians were very heavily involved with this, and they developed some of the hardware, including one of the conditioning chairs, if you will. which was as shown on that slide, very similar. And this was used for brainwashing people. This was probably the grandfather chair, if you will, to what was later used in conjunction, direct conjunction with the project. What they found as time went on was that the computers we had were incapable of handling all the data and the functions of developing a time tunnel and directing it as to where it should go. So somebody got the bright idea, well, let's try using psychics and wiring them up, so to speak, and it worked. These psychics were very sensitive. They were well trained. They went through another project called the VIR project down at, in Maryland, Chesapeake Bay operation, and they were trained to think automatically in terms of symbolic logic. No matter what they thought of, they would come out from their brain and their nervous system as a form of symbolic logic, which would then feed through the computers and be interpreted and actually give the instructions to the computer as to where that tunnel was to go or what time reference they were to go to and so forth. I might add, the individual psychics who were trained for this, when they were doing this, were not in their normal conscious state. They were in a totally strange, different state of mind, unconscious so far as the normal conscious functioning of the human mind was concerned. Well, the project crashed. We made many visits out there. Eventually, my memory came back in May of '88 from visiting at the site the second time. Duncan and Preston had been out there many times in between and had insisted for months that I had been a major part of the project as Al Bielik. I said, I have no memories of this. That couldn't have been. They said, oh, yes, you were. We know it. Well, eventually, in May of '86, before I moved to Long Island, my memory started to come back to that weekend, and in the time period I remained there, almost 2 weeks, that I had indeed been part of the project, and how much and how extensive took quite a bit of time to recover. And from May '86 onward, through that summer, I eventually made the decision, because work was not available to me in Phoenix or in other areas I went. I moved to the island, Long Island, and obtained work in electronics. Remained there until the job blew up because of the economic downturn, which started to hit Long Island in '86, and eventually moved back to Phoenix because of work offered there in March of '87, and I've been living in Phoenix ever since. But many times we went back looking for evidence and taking some pictures, and then came, strangely, in the summer of '92, rumors to Preston that this project was back online. So we went out there looking for evidence of all kinds of things, particularly any evidence would prove that there had been new installations of equipment that would tend to verify it was online. We measured the output of RF through various radio receivers and spectrum analyzers, and there's no question they were transmitting. But we found some other things. One of the items of interest is this picture showing that Fort Hero had been turned over to the town of Montauk to be developed as a public park, which has never happened. Part of it is open now for fishermen to go out on the cliffs and do their fishing, if you will, from the cliffs either on top or down below, because there is access to the ocean level. We found a brand new Coast Guard station out there. This may not have any connection with the project, but nevertheless we documented it. Its antenna, the control box, the loading coils and connections, and of course the actual section where the two transmitters were located. It's not very bright on there, but it shows the trailers where the equipment was located. It was not high powered, but equipment was set up for the antennas apparently to handle much more power than was then being pumped into it. We continued wandering, and we were able to, this is very faint in this picture because some of the lighting was not good, we found a new telephone junction box in the ground. We continued to look, and we found a great deal more than that. We found telephone boxes, brand new, mounted on telephone poles, which indicated that a new telephone line installation had been brought in perhaps in the last year. Really need a little more light from the slide projector, but it's limited to what it can do. We found brand new transformers on poles there, a lot of new telephone poles. If it was an abandoned base, why were they maintaining the power lines? And why did they have 3 brand new transformers in with a 3-phase feed system and a digital meter with a 200-to-1 current transformer step down to read the power on each of the 3 phases individually and the total sum power? This was on the side of a maintenance building. The cables went to the ground, went over to the maintenance building, and in the maintenance building was nothing but a truck and some fuel stored in the back. A lot of power. We found out since those 3 transformers feeding power had the capability of feeding in 4.5 megawatts of power, and this is official information from LOCO, that the installation was made about a year prior to these photos. We found new coax cable runs in the old runs. There was some new cables in there, which indicated somebody was doing something, and they went out to the radar tower. Now, this is a more recent photo of the radar tower. It still looks much like it did. And you can see from another shot how large it is. And it's still very much there. It hasn't fallen down. I doubt that it will. We found a lot of evidence of continuing work of some kind to refurbish the station. One of the things we found was a steel door on the inside entrance to the radar tower. It wasn't there a few years ago, but suddenly they decided to seal off the entire radar tower. The steel door was quite heavy, double padlocks, and people had tried to pry their way in and were unsuccessful in doing so. Again, some views of the old radar installation and where the control motors, there were 4 of them that drove the system. They all have been removed, by whom we don't know, but the remnants of the gearboxes and the slides where the motors were are still there. And in January of this year, we went back to do a commercial TV production in conjunction with a man by the name of Peter Belts, who had connections to have this produced on TV in Japan. It's still not finished, but a lot of footage was shot. I took a lot of pictures, and Preston Nichols did his own footage in terms of video. But this was our group on the roof of the radar tower. It was a cold day. It was January 14th. Another view, Preston Nichols under his hood. Some more shots of the antenna tower. And if you look carefully, you will see a brand new coax cable. We found it in the runs coming up through the tower, going up to the top, to that antenna system, apparently, again, operational. The radar antenna has never been used since. And the 2 amplitrons and all of the other drive equipment is now history so far as the radar tower is concerned, but we don't know what they're doing underground. A view from the tower currently, that is January of this year. And in one of these views, if you look carefully, you will see Junior, as we called him, the Sasquatch-like creature, still there. He's visible in this shot, but not on the screen. It requires more light or a slide viewer. Another shot of the tower. And here was the steel door, barring access. But somebody came along and very conveniently blew a hole through the side of the concrete. And we were able, of course, then to get into the tower. That's how we got to the top and took those other pictures. And this was a picture of Peter Belts looking out from the inside. It was negotiable. Even Preston could get through. So another point of interest was the transformer switch yard with all the old transformers rotting. But we found one new one. Notice the label, non-PCB. That became required by federal law in 1984 onward, so that any new transformers built from that period on had to use other than a PCB coolant, and they had to be so labeled. So here was a relatively new transformer. What was it doing there? We went inside the old power station because the original system was run with its own power generated in the station, and I documented this to show you what it was like, they once used. There were 4 huge diesel electric generators. Each generator alone was capable of the round object in the front, most of them covered with paper because they tried to preserve them, capable of putting out 3 to 4 megawatts each, and they kept 3 essentially online and a 4th as standby. But even that caused them problems. They eventually abandoned it and went to Lilco for power. The famous circle, as it is today, meeting in January, rather overgrown. Little evidence of maintenance other than they kept the grass mowed in certain locations. Now that raises a good question. Why are they mowing the grass on an abandoned base? We went over to the cliffs, and this is where the fishermen go, and it gives you some idea of the height at that point from the ocean. And looking the other way, sorry, not quite yet. This is part of the underground bunkers that we looked at. These are semi-underground, and they're important because this old ammunition bunker was converted for the Montauk project to an area where they held the kids which were part of the project, namely brainwashing and programming kids between the ages of 12 and 16 for unknown projects in the future. They were brought in here, they were beaten into submission in this room, a 5-sided room. There are some who remember it today living on Long Island. And eventually, they had bleachers here so they could have others watch and say that would happen to them if they didn't give in to the programming. And as we walked down this long hallway, we documented a number of things. Wrecks, part of equipment still appearing to be usable, and many sections of rooms with ceilings coming down in some parts. This was the long hallway. Some of the remaining furniture. One room with the ceiling coming down, we don't know why. And this was another offshoot room, went into other parts. It was a huge underground installation, truly only partially underground. It was not deep underground. We could walk in from the surface. Electrical equipment still operational, or appearing to be operational. This lady, Helga Morrow, was a world-famous psychic. She went along with us on this trip in January because I'd been there before and Preston had, but neither she nor Duncan had been in this section after the project was over. And she was interested because her father, Dr. Cooters, that's her maiden name, we found had been part of the project and was a technical director. There's an interesting story there I won't go into because she does in her own videotape. But we went down to the end of this hall, and this was where they held the kids after the beating. Some survived it and some didn't, some died. And this was wire mesh with a locked door, and they were held in this pen on these pallets, as you see here. And many of them did not survive. Talk about Auschwitz, we had our own on Long Island. And this was Helga and Preston walking down to the end of this section to another dead-end wall. And Duncan holding the lamp like Diogenes. He later broke down into crying, which was on the videotape we have. This is the famous Montauk Lighthouse, authorized by George Washington. It still stands after 200 years. And the Air Force likes to say all of this eastern end of the island is sand. They couldn't have any underground installations. Well, if you look carefully, you'll see that that lighthouse is built on solid rock, and it hasn't slid into the sea. There are other evidences not clear in these slides to show that there's a lot of rock on the end of the island. These are rather washed out at this point. One other interesting point, in the town of Montauk in 1926, this 8-story building was erected as an office building. It's still standing today. It's still intact. There's no cracks in the walls. If that was sand on eastern Montauk, that building would have long since cracked and been invisibly in bad shape, as has happened to some buildings built in New Orleans since World War II. But it's very much intact and very much used. In our visit back there, we found that, unlike 1977, where all the animal life fled eastern Long Island because they couldn't stand the vibes, and there were even stories of the sea mammals being very upset by the radiations from that tower. There's a few cats have come back, and they're apparently well fed by the tourists, as you can probably see from the picture, and we've even caught a picture of one deer. So animal life is beginning to return. This was part of the production crew. Duncan was out on the parapet there being filmed. And we have another shot there of the excuse me, of the area down near the park. But let's get now just a wee bit into the physics before I am cut off, and give you some idea of what this was all about, both in terms of the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk project. What were we really doing? We were manipulating time. Now, if you've ever had any idea about what time is about, perhaps you haven't been learned much about it, I'll give you a little better idea. P.D. Ouspensky first stated in 1931 in the book Tertium Organum, A New Model of the Universe, that we are living in a 5-dimensional universe. The 3 physical dimensions we all know, the 4th dimension, time, which we measure with a clock, but a 5th dimension, which is an extension of that. We found that was the case at the time we did the Philadelphia experiment, and you can represent time in a rather unique way called the torus of time. This is a mathematical and visual representation, but you have time, if I use this rod to represent the flow of time as we normally measure it forward in the 4th dimension. See, if there was no flow of time, our 3 physical dimensions would cease to exist. They are totally dependent upon the higher order, namely time, to exist. But you have another phenomena, the 5th dimension. What is it? It's a vector at right angles, a spinner, which rotates around the central vector, and its rotational speed determines the movement forward in time, which we measure with a clock. And I show it as a very good way of showing the example as a torus, a donut, if you will. You can't hear me when I'm over there. You have a spiral, which represents the 5th dimensional vector rotation. It moves as a helix forward in time. What's forward? And it's all relative. But as it goes, you generate another vector, which gives you the time which we measure. But it does something else. This shows that you can have an alternate reality. And P.D., not Ouspensky, but P.D. Palooki, who wrote this book in 1989 entitled How You Can Measure Higher Orders of Space and Time and Do Your Own Investigation. The book's out of print. Had this diagram showing that there are alternate realities. The government has found this. If you go 90 degrees around the edge, you're in another reality, somewhat connected to this one, but invisible. And what we did with the Philadelphia experiment, and this does not bear a direct relationship to Montauk, but an indirect one, was we phase shifted the position and time of that ship due to the fields around it. So if you go about 60 degrees, the ship becomes invisible to sight and to radar, but it's still physically there. If you could get up to the ship, you could knock on it and feel it. At Montauk, they went a little bit further. They were controlling the helix and other factors so that they not only were moving through time, they were controlling the physical location. I do not know the math for that, and I don't know how they did it. Preston Nichols does, and he may one day write a technical book covering this. He said he would. But this helix represents a way of measuring and showing what we mean by time, and the fact that you can have an alternate reality that even splits off. Minkowski as well as Hilbert stated this. You can have multiple realities and multiple universes. And this is one way of representing it and showing it. Perhaps a little technical for you, but I'm trying to give you some idea of what we're involved in. That's the end of the slides. If we can have the lights back on. I would like to state that we do have a book entitled The Montauk Project, which gives a history of the project at Montauk, how it started and how it ended and what went on in between, at least some part of it. It's only slightly technical, and it gives you some idea of what was involved. Who funded this thing? It's a very good question. Many of you may have that question in mind. Do you remember that in 1944, and there was a documentary movie made of this, that there was a American railroad train that went through a French railroad tunnel carrying Reichsbank gold, $10 billion worth of it, and the then value of gold in Europe, about $25 an ounce. The train was dynamited in the tunnel. 51 GIs were killed, and the gold disappeared. Patton got in on the investigation. He knew something was very wrong. He could never get to the bottom of it. He never found the gold. He couldn't find out who was in back of it, but he did find eventually himself dead. He was murdered for his efforts. That gold disappeared and turned up 10 years later off of Montauk, Long Island, in a sinking ship about a mile off in a fog. And the scuba divers from Fort Hero went out, perhaps knew what was coming or knew it was there. Anyway, they recovered the gold. And that 10 billion in gold, valued at European prices in 1944, as the price of gold went up, became valued at something in excess of $100 billion. That money was used to finance the entire project until they ran out, and they did run out. Who then picked it up? I'm sure you've all heard of ITT Corporation. They were the principal contractor for all of the electronics for this project, and they provided all of the connecting links, if you will, to the various subcontractors. And when the money ran out, they went back to the parent owners, who were the Krupps of Germany, and they provided the rest of the money to keep the project going. Not 1 cent of U.S. government money was ever spent on this project. There were a lot of government people there, including the intelligence people, and the Air Force, and Navy, and Army, but their salaries were paid from other funds from other locations. The hardware was all purchased on this private funding, and because of that, Senator Goldwater could never find any trace anywhere in the records of the Senate or the House of any such project or how it was paid for. But they did find eventually that ITT was involved, and as a result of that, ITT Corporation was broken up, AIL was in process, and some other companies were broken. We're about out of time. I'm being, I think, reminded by this good gentleman to my right that our time is up. We have books on the Montauk Project, tapes from previous lectures, and other material which we have available until such time as we are told to get out of the auditorium. I thank you very much for your attendance, and I hope I've been of some help in giving you some insight.
Thank you, Al. If we didn't do something.
you for that wonderful introduction. I don't know if I have a lot of information about Camp Hero, but I think sufficient to give you the general idea of what it was all about. For one thing, just to introduce myself a little further, I'm not from the East End. I live in Shirley, and I've been working at the Montauk Lighthouse now for almost 10 years. I've basically fallen in love with the place. I also think East Hampton is one of the most beautiful villages on Long Island, not just because I'm standing here. It's always been a very attractive place to see. Hopefully that buttered up the crowd pretty good. Thanks to the East Hampton Historical Society for asking me to be a part of this tonight. Now, the military presence in Montauk is really didn't just begin with Camp Hero. It goes all the way back to the days of the American Revolution when the British controlled Long Island, and they used to keep signal fires burning on the top of Turtle Hill at Montauk Point where the lighthouse stands today, and they used those bonfires to alert their ships in the Royal Navy. And they also now and then would rustle some cattle from the East End. A couple little skirmishes during the War of 1812, nothing that much to speak of, but then of course after the Spanish-American War, Camp Wyckoff was established out there so that the troops could rest and recuperate from the effects of yellow fever, dysentery, malaria, and various other maladies. And then when you get into the 20th century, during World War I, a naval air station was established at Montauk. This hangar that you can see is roughly a short distance away from where the tall office building is in Montauk today. The Fisher Tower, the skyscraper, goes by a variety of names. The White Elephant, some have called it. But that was the headquarters for the Naval Air Station at that time. They had dirigibles flying out of there, and in this image you can see the interior of the hangar, a couple of the crew working on a couple of the dirigibles, which you can see right here above them. The hangar itself was pretty high. I think the ceiling capped off at about 85 feet. So it was a big structure. And at the end of the war, even though they demolished all the rest of the buildings that were out there, the hangar was actually dismantled and then reassembled in Cape May, New Jersey. And they added it to an existing hangar, so you can imagine how big that must have been. Into the 1920s in Montauk, you basically had tourists beginning to discover the East End thanks to a man named Robert Moses. Of course, depending on where you lived, some people hated him, some people hated his guts. Particularly if you lived in the city, because he tended to like to rip up neighborhoods to build the highways. Out here on Long Island, though, you know, it was just a couple of farms he had to displace, and out on the East End he built the Montauk Point State Parkway, which is the new route to the point. But prior to that, you had the old Montauk Highway, which I kind of wish it looked like that today. It really has a nice old rustic look about it. Fortunately, there are enough parts of Montauk that have retained that flavor. But by the 1920s, by 1927, Montauk Point State Park was a reality, and there was an awful lot of people visiting the lighthouse and, you know, checking out the scenery. Just to give you a little taste of the tourism at that time, here's an old jalopy from 1930. This one I like even better. Look at that. If there are any car buffs out there, I have no idea what that would be, unless if that's an old Ford maybe, I don't know. But it's just an example of how primitive it was back in those days. It was an all-day affair, as you could well imagine, just to get that far out, especially if you were traveling from Nassau County or Queens, perhaps. But any accounts I've come across, people have always said what a beautiful drive it was and what a beautiful view it was. And of course, getting a chance to go to the lighthouse as well. But as you got towards the war years, things were going to change. Adjacent to the lighthouse was an estate. That is a house and a windmill. That was known as the Lathrop Brown Estate, which was where the future Camp Hero was going to wind up. Lathrop Brown was a New York State representative in Congress, and this was his country estate. I was told a humorous story a couple of years ago. I had a visitor at the lighthouse, an 87-year-old woman named Margaret Buckridge Bach, who was the daughter of the last civilian keeper at the Montauk Point Lighthouse, Thomas Buckridge. And she told me that during the 30s, a lot of times the Browns would invite the Buckridges over for tea, and they would go into the windmill. They had like a sitting room in there. The only problem is Margaret's father was a rather large man, and Brown liked antiques. So whenever Tom Buckridge walked in and he looked around for a place to sit, Brown got very frantic and said, "No, Tom, sit over here. This is a good strong chair. Don't sit over there." He was afraid he would smash one of his chairs or something. But the Browns always were, he said, were very gracious people, and every year they used to invite injured World War I vets to spend 2 weeks out there on them. So that's the kind of a charitable man he was. Just to give you an idea of the size of the windmill, there's a full-grown man down below here. Rather large mill. The mill had to be moved to make way for Camp Hero. And the mill does exist today. It stands in Wainscott. It's part of the Georgica Association, if I'm saying that correctly. The mill survives there today, which they literally had to take it apart and then reassemble it again. Along with removing the mill, there was another structure within the future Camp Hero property, and that was the old Wyandotte Inn. This stood on the original old Montauk Highway, which was the only way to Montauk Point in those days. The road still existed, but once Camp Hero was constructed, they dead-ended the road. So there were several hundred acres that Camp Hero was going to occupy, and the road ran through it, but it became part of the military complex, and traffic was no longer permitted on it. This was used as barracks for a while by the military, but the house was considered unsafe after that, and in 1960 the Montauk Fire Department burned it down as part of a practice drill. The house just was not savable. On September 1st, 1939, Germany, under the rule of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis, invaded Poland, which touched off World War II. Although the United States did not enter the war for another 2 years, efforts were being made to protect our own shoreline. I mean, those of us who, I think everybody in the room was, that I could see, who certainly went to school and studied World War II, we're all familiar with the Pacific and Europe and all the traditional places we studied about, Pearl Harbor and so on. But there were people serving back on our own coasts, protecting our own shorelines, which should never be forgotten. During the war, the east coast of the United States was threatened by the presence of German U-boats. In the Northeast, the danger of attacks on major cities like New York and Boston made eastern Long Island, particularly Montauk, a likely target. Eventually, with the Army, the Navy, and the Coast Guard having operations at Montauk, the entire facility was officially called a U.S. military reservation. However, the locals simply refer to it as Camp Hero. Part of the plans, in addition to Camp Hero, also called for them to take over the original old fishing village that used to be on Fort Pond Bay. The old fishing village dated back to the 1880s, and the Long Island Railroad arrived in 1895, and it became a very hustling, bustling place. In 1899, a group of Frenchmen came from Nova Scotia and settled at Fort Pond Bay, and additional structures were soon built. During the Depression years, or I should say in the 20s and into the Depression years in the 30s, the community was thriving. It wasn't necessarily because of the fishing industry either. They found another way to make some money, especially during the Depression years where people were looking for a way to make a buck. A few people found a way to make lots of bucks. It was called bootleg liquor. And one of the newspaper articles said, this remote village of about 300 residents could have paved its streets with gold from the shower of money that came its way because of rum running. But then, of course, after Prohibition ended and the village settled back into being a fishing town, then came the Great Hurricane of September 21st, 1938, which nearly wiped it off the map. A lot of buildings were destroyed. Some of them floated away. Let me just adjust this a bit. And it took until the end of 1939 to build and repair the structures in the village. But there were more changes in store. On January 14, 1942, the Panamanian tanker Nornus was torpedoed by a German U-boat about 60 miles southeast of Montauk Point. Fortunately, everybody aboard the vessel was rescued, but the incident caused the Coast Guard to start conducting beach patrols. And at that point, unauthorized civilians were prohibited from going anywhere near the Montauk Point Lighthouse. Not long after the United States entered the war, that's when Fort Pond Bay, this area here, was selected as a torpedo testing site for the Navy. At that point, plans were made to tear down the village and construct a torpedo testing base. Several dozen dwellings were bulldozed, including a general store, a restaurant, a fishing station, and post office. Some buildings were literally moved to other locations. Once the Navy was in there, they started taking over other locations for their officers and personnel, one of them being the Montauk Manor. The Manor, which was part of Carl Fisher's dream to develop Montauk as another Miami Beach back in 1927, was used as a barracks for military personnel. And the office tower in town, which I referred to before, was used as officers' quarters. And any man who was not drafted into the service was put to work building defense installations at Montauk. The Navy Torpedo Testing Range at Fort Pond Bay was officially commissioned on March 25, 1943. And as soon as that took place, restrictions went into place restricting vessels that were sailing in Block Island Sound and Fort Pond Bay. Now, I interviewed a resident out in Montauk. His name is Vinnie Grimes. Some of you may know him. He's in his early 80s now. He's lived in Montauk his entire life. He's a laugh a minute. I worked with him at the Lighthouse a few years back. I'm going to be quoting from him a few times tonight. Some of his comments are a little colorful, but Vinny he's a good man, he really is. I asked him about the torpedoes at the naval base, and he had this to say. He said, they used to fire them from a PT boat tied at the dock. They had no warheads, thank God. When those torpedoes went crazy, the sirens would go off. The seaplane would take off. The PT boat would run out. They'd drop a marker where the thing went down and send a diver down to bring it up. Sperry gyroscope came out and finally straightened out the problem so the torpedoes would run straight. And I had asked him, well, what was the problem with them running straight? And he said, some of the torpedoes would boomerang. They would go up the bank, smash up the docks, go everywhere. One landed in the back of a guy's pickup truck. The guy was a lobsterman and a pretty good drinker, too. And when he got up next morning and checked the back of his pickup, he went back inside and asked his wife, was I carrying a load last night? His wife said, "Yeah, you were pretty drunk." And he said, "I must have been." He goes, "I don't know where I picked this thing up." We'll be hearing more from Vinny. In August of 1944, plans were made to close down the base, and the operations were then transferred to a naval torpedo station at Newport, Rhode Island. The station was officially disestablished by March of 1945. Now, meanwhile, over at the lighthouse, you had the last three civilian keepers working there: Thomas Buckridge, Jack Miller, and George Washington Warrington. I always love that name. But during 1942 and into 43, the Army began to slowly take over the lighthouse. And eventually, the service of the lighthouse keepers of old passed into history. They were phased out. And in keeping with the role of surveillance at the lighthouse, a change had to be made in the appearance of the beacon up in the tower. Because on July 1st, 1940, the lighthouse was electrified, and a 1,000-watt incandescent electric bulb was installed. However, this light, which was so helpful to ships in peacetime, was now aiding the Nazi submarines because they were silhouetting the ships as they sailed by the point. So on August 14th, 1942, they removed the 1,000-watt bulb and they installed a 100-watt bulb, making it difficult for the Germans to see the ships. And it did cause a noticeable decrease in the number of vessels that were torpedoed off the point. And finally, by May of 1943, the Army was in complete control of the lighthouse. Part of the lighthouse operation at that time included the construction of what they called an artillery fire control tower. That is the other tall white structure that you would see on the back of the property. These are photographs, these next three, that I received from the late Art Dunn, who lived in Amagansett. He was a staff sergeant stationed at the lighthouse during the war years. Some of this material is in that military history book that I'm working on right now. I interviewed him 2 summers ago, and he had these photos, and he showed me just how they constructed the tower. It almost was like looking at building blocks. They would put one right on top of the other, to the point where you ended up with a 65-foot tall, splinter-proof concrete structure. Contrary to popular belief, there were no weapons in the fire tower. It was radar equipment, long-range and short-range radar. And when you call it a fire control tower, a lot of times visitors at the lighthouse will think, it's kind of like one of those towers you find in a national park where you got a park ranger up there looking for fires. That's not it at all. They coordinated firepower with the cannons that were at Camp Hero. That's the connection. Originally, it was covered in camouflage paint, kind of has an ominous look. The tower was used to survey the surrounding waters for the presence of German submarines. Now, the operation at the lighthouse was top secret. In fact, it was considered so significant that the men there had standing orders that in the event of an attack, they were to self-destruct. And when Art told me this, he had this big grin on his face, and then he said to me in the next breath, he said, "I always wondered if I'd really do that." He lived, by the way, to be 94 years old. Quite an interesting man. The radar tower at Montauk Lighthouse was designated a harbor entrance observation post and had direct communication with the Harbor Defense Command Post and the head observation post on Fisher's Island. This was an elaborate plan. All of it was part of what was known as the East Coast Defense Shield. There were installations like this from Maine to the Florida Keys. Again, this was all part of defense. This is kind of like, we've all heard of Homeland Security. This was kind of like Homeland Security during the war. The harbor defense of Long Island Sound included the tip of Long Island, Long Island Sound, and the coast from Southampton to Montauk. Its purpose was to protect industrial cities along the shores of southern Connecticut, part of the Jersey coast, and the New York metropolitan area. So it was pretty far-ranging. Also on the lighthouse property was an army barracks that was constructed in 1943. The barracks no longer exists today, of course, torn down after the war. By then, 1943, Camp Hero was already on the way to being developed, and we're going to get into that right now. Camp Hero, actually, the U.S. government in January of 1942 took title to the 468 acres adjacent to the lighthouse at Montauk Point. The order was signed by the Secretary of War at that time, Henry Stimson, and the fort was named for Major General Andrew Hero Jr. Establishing the base had its problems, in particular the big guns. According to a report by the Army, it said the guns were originally transported across the rickety Shinnecock Bridge and later by railroad. The railroad proved to be a slow and unwieldy method as well as costly, so the Army worked out an arrangement to transport the guns by barge. This also proved to be a slow, dangerous, and costly process and was soon given up. The Army finally built its own bridge, and the last of the big guns thundered across a specially constructed pontoon bridge. Camp Hero was also used as a training facility and target range, with guns being fired at offshore targets. To help protect it from enemy attack from the air, the base was disguised to resemble a New England fishing village. And one example of that is this. It had the appearance of a church, but in reality it was a gymnasium. It had windows painted, some of the bunkers actually that were built had windows painted on them and ornamental roofs with fake dormers. The gym, as you see here, resembles a church complete with a steeple. At least then it had the steeple. And at its height during the war, the Camp Hero facility had about 600 enlisted men working there and 37 officers. Now the public, meaning people at Montauk, they knew there were guns at Camp Hero, but they were unaware of the size of the camp, the number of personnel, or the purpose of the operation. But after hearing the periodic firing of the mighty guns in exercises, it proved that Camp Hero was there to protect the southeastern tip of Long Island, well out into the Atlantic, and with other forts in the area, protected all waterways leading to New York City and other ports such as Providence and New Haven. The guns themselves were quite powerful. They could fire a 2,000-pound shell 30 miles with point accuracy, as I was told. When testing was conducted, windows rattled 6 miles away in Montauk Village. And as Art Dunn told me, he says, you can only imagine what it felt like at the Montauk Lighthouse, which was only a mile east of there. One resident of Montauk years later recalled that when the guns went off, liquor bottles fell off the shelves at the old Shagwong Inn. Camp Hero contained 4 of these huge 16-inch guns, which were installed in huge concrete bunkers that were about 600 or more feet in length, and they were all camouflaged with netting and foliage. There were 3 batteries built at Camp Hero. They were called Battery 112, 113, and 216. Battery 216 had 2 6-inch guns installed, so they were smaller. But Battery 113 and Battery 112 each had 2 of these, of the big guns as part of it. The guns were both completed, by all the guns, I should say, were completed and in operation by early 1944. And if that wasn't enough, 37 millimeter weapons and 50 caliber anti-aircraft weapon platoons protected the camp from air attacks. A series of tunnels were built which connected the batteries. This enabled personnel to travel and communicate with each other below ground when necessary. There were also anti-aircraft and machine gun emplacements. And scattered all around were numerous spotting towers that were manned around the clock. The function of the fire control stations was to track incoming targets. Typically, a team of 6 men would report observations to one gun battery. Some of the men were observers, tracking the target, while others were spotters, watching the trajectory of any fired rounds. Observations at each of the stations were made with two telescopes, and fire control stations usually worked in pairs, using geometry to pinpoint the target. Now, going west from Camp Hero all the way back to Quogue, which is about 40 miles, about every 3 or 4 miles were constructed 2.5-story high fake private homes. And each one of these was armed with troops and weapons. Again, all part of this defense network. On the exterior, they appeared to be like an ordinary beachfront home. There were about 27 of these built in the region. After the war, the structures were left to the landowners whose property they were built on, and just about all of them were converted into private homes, and they still stand today. Camp Hero had one. You can see it in the foreground there. It was used as the battery commander station for the commanders of those 2 large batteries, 112 and 113. Others in Montauk were located at Shagwong Point and at Hither Hills. Now, regarding the activities at Camp Hero, Vinnie Grimes had this to say. When they brought the 16-inch gun barrels out there, and they had colonial sand and gravel hauling concrete in here by the truckloads, we didn't know what was going on. But I could sit on the bluffs in front of my house at Sandpiper Hill and see the flashes out in the ocean. It was German U-boats hitting tankers and cargo ships that were headed for Europe to help the war effort. We were closer to harm than we realized. During the war, I worked where Herb's Market is in town. We lived up at Sandpiper Hill, and me and my brother would walk home every night. Well, you weren't supposed to do that. It was better to go all the way to Ditch Plains, take the road, and go home that way. We would go in where Shadmore State Park is now, and when we hit the cliffs, we'd run like a son of a gun because they were patrolling there all the time. Why we never got shot, I don't know. How many times the guy would holler halt and we'd run. They got even with us. They shot my dog one night. They hollered halt and he didn't halt. Did they think he was a German or what? The Coast Guard would patrol the beach and the Signal Corps would patrol the bluffs. Sometimes when the Coast Guard was down there and a guy wanted to relieve himself, the damned Army guy would shoot at his feet. They finally ended that because they had to show how many cartridges they had used. If any were used up, they had to explain and give a good reason. These guys even shot cows up in Bridgehampton. You holler halt to a cow in a field, you know damn well it's not a human. Montauk citizens were also involved in the war effort as airplane spotters, and simulated drills were run during 1940 before America's involvement in the war. The Navy had relocated the fishing village at Fort Pond Bay to create the torpedo testing station. They occupied the manor and the Fisher Building. A Coast Guard patrol base was established on Star Island. The Army occupied the lighthouse. They established a radar station there. Camp Hero was established with an Army base. Military personnel and local civilians were on alert and patrol. More than any other time in its history, Montauk had become a military town, an American Gibraltar. By the end of World War II, Camp Hero was temporarily shut down and used as a training facility by the Army Reserves. On July 31st, 1947, the entire camp was placed on inactive status. By February of 1949, the great guns were being dismantled. The town of Montauk, once a lively center of military activity, had been returned to the surfcasters and the seagulls. The entire camp property was declared surplus by the Army on December 31st, 1949. Fred Hausnecht, who is a current resident of Montauk, was stationed at Camp Hero from 1946 until 1949. I interviewed him last fall, and he told me the following. It was 1946 when I first went there, and it was on a caretaker basis. We maintained the guns at Montauk after the war ended. While I was there, we started cutting them up and taking them out. We burnt all the powder from them right there on the base and down on the beach. It didn't pay to have it hauled anywhere else because it was too hard to keep. We had to keep the fire lanes clear. In other words, they had to literally cut down any growth that would block the aiming of the guns. He says we had to keep them all cut all around the perimeter. That was one of the biggest things we had to do. One time we had a big fire up there. For years we had dumped the cuttings over the cliff and somehow they caught fire. The fire department showed up and we had one big time. In response to the growing threat of the Soviet Union's nuclear capabilities and their deployment of long-range strategic bomber aircraft, in June of 1948, the Air Force deployed its first radar set at Camp Hero, making it one of 3 early warning radar sites in the Northeast. And during the Korean War, which began in June of 1950, restrictions were imposed on Montauk mariners as they had been during World War II. A fan-shaped area 15 miles out to sea was banned from use by vessels so the Army could conduct anti-aircraft weapon practice at Camp Hero. As part of the defense of our shores, in November of 1950, the Army transferred the western half of Camp Hero to the 773rd Aircraft Control and Warning Squadron, known as the ACW. At this time, the base was run jointly by the Army and the Air Force, with the Army in the eastern portion and the Air Force in the west. The ACW was part of the Eastern Air Defense Force and provided surveillance for detection, identification, and interception of aircraft entering its area of responsibility. On January 24th, 1951, Camp Hero was withdrawn from surplus by the Army, and it was designated for use as a firing range and field exercise area for anti-aircraft artillery from Fort Totten, New York. Later that year, the Air Force took it over and renamed it the Montauk Air Force Station, whose primary function was to be part of a nationwide early warning system, as we just mentioned. For the next 30 years almost, the Air Force used sophisticated radar and tracking equipment that was set up right on site. It was situated at the easterly end of Long Island so that its radar coverage could extend as far as possible in a seaward direction. Now, with all this activity going on at Camp Hero, for some people, they said it wasn't exactly all fun and games having the military on the East End. One East Hampton resident in 1999 referred to those damn GIs. He said, the bars made a fortune in those days. They were 3-4 deep at the bar, you know. These service guys, they'd get all tanked up. I remember one time, one of them broke into Kelly's liquor store right here in East Hampton, punched the whole front window out, went in there and took bottles of booze. But it wasn't really hard to find them because I just followed the bottles. Followed him out on Main Street all the way past the movie theater. And in back of the VFW, there he was laying in the parking lot, passed out cold the guy was. By 1957, the Army had switched from gun batteries to the new Nike-guided missiles, which were mostly launched from the desert areas of New Mexico. For that reason, and because Soviet bombers could fly well above ground-based artillery by then, in November of 1957, the Army closed the Camp Hero portion of the reservation. The Air Force continued radar surveillance in the western section. The eastern section was then donated to the state of New York, but because it was so close to the high-security Air Force section, it remained undeveloped. Another resident of Montauk, a man named Jim Sullivan, was stationed at the air base in 1957 and 58, and he explained very briefly the operation of how they identified a target. He said usually you had a flight of two planes that went up. One went in to identify the target, and the other would maintain a separation in case it was an unfriendly target. He would be in position to attack the target. Of course, you always had rules of engagement. You never engaged anything without proper approval. But the main thing was to get an ID. Right off the coast of Montauk were Russian trawlers who were not doing much fishing. They were loaded with antennas on the boats. But what they were fishing for was to find out what type of communications we were using and what type of radar we had. So what we did is we sent planes from Suffolk County Air Force Base, which is now Gabreski Airport at West Hampton, which would fly out to Montauk and buzz them to let them know we knew what they were doing. In 1958, a semi-automatic ground environment, or SAGE, radar system was installed at the Air Force Station, and the facility was merged into the National Air Defense Network, SAGE. Part of the equipment included the construction of the big dish, the radar antenna. This was built by Sperry Gyroscope at Lake Success, Long Island, and was installed in 1960. Since the Sperry plant was about 100 miles from here, it is generally thought that this antenna was the first one built in the United States. There were only about 12 of them constructed in all. The dish stands on top of an 80-foot tall concrete base. The span of the dish is 126 feet and 38 feet high, and weighing approximately 40 tons. And it could detect aircraft at distances of over 250 miles. Regarding this radar antenna, Vinnie Grimes had this to say. He says, back in those days, the antenna drove us nuts. Every time it went around, you'd get snow on the TV. He says, and that big sucker would wait until the guy on TV was heading for a touchdown, and there would come the snow. He says, we spent fortunes on TVs. We switched from Sylvania to RCA, but the same damn thing happened, no matter what TV you got. That antenna was powerful. The Montauk facility became a major part of NORAD, which was North American Aerospace Defense Command, and the unit was renamed the 773rd Radar Squadron in 1963. That year it became a joint FAA and Air Force site, with data used by the FAA for air traffic control and by the Air Force for air defense purposes. But only 2 years later, the base reverted to its original purposes of just providing air defense radar coverage. And in May of 1978, the Air Force submitted a proposal to close the base, since advances in satellite technology basically rendered the facility obsolete. But an angry New York Assemblyman, Perry Duryea of Montauk, voiced his opinion on that decision. I am concerned about our national security and the direction that the Jimmy Carter administration is taking that security. But I am equally concerned about the loss of 110 military personnel and the loss of the jobs of 30 civilian personnel at the Montauk Air Force Station. I will urge our congressional delegation in Washington to seek to have the President reverse this decision. But on the other side of the coin, Suffolk County, New York Congressman Otis Pike was not upset about this because, as he put it, if the base has outlived its usefulness, I am not going to lead the charge to try to keep it in operation. A military program should not ever be justified on the basis of how many jobs it creates, but only on the basis of what it can contribute to the national defense. A new radar system was operated by the FAA and activated in Riverhead on July 1st, 1980, and Montauk at that time officially shut down its radar operation. The new system could handle both civilian and air defense requirements, thus making the SAGE system redundant. The Camp Hero base was closed in 1981. Being very large and difficult to remove, the huge antenna was basically abandoned in place. All radars were removed, except a ground air transmitter receiver, which remained for the next 3 years to help direct military aircraft operating in the region. But then that too was deactivated and removed in 1984. Today, the antenna and the Montauk Point Lighthouse serve a joint purpose. Mariners use them at sea for day marks. During 1984, the General Services Administration attempted to sell the entire facility to real estate developers. However, local environmental activists were successful in preventing that sale. Remaining portions of the military reservation were donated to the National Park Service, which turned it over to the state of New York. Certain sections not considered environmentally sensitive were sold. And former housing for base personnel was sold to people living on Montauk during the early 1980s. During the years between the shutdown of Camp Hero and the opening of Camp Hero State Park in 2002, two gentlemen named Preston Nichols and Peter Moon wrote a book in 1992 entitled The Montauk Project, Experiments in Time, in which they claimed that top-secret experiments were conducted at Camp Hero, including psychological warfare, time travel, invisibility, even contact with aliens. While this book and other publications proved immensely popular with science fiction fans, none of these claims have ever been substantiated. Camp Hero opened to the public on September 18, 2002. A network of trails runs through the park today, one of the trails being that old Montauk Highway, and along the way you can find scenic vistas and many signs of nature. Among the remaining buildings in what was known as the downtown area of the camp is that gymnasium building you saw before. It is the only original structure remaining. Other structures that are there now were added in later years. For example, this old barracks building, you can see the big batteries, 112 and 113, but they were concreted over years ago to prevent vandalism on the interior. And when you go to Camp Hero State Park in the winter, you might see scenes like this. A walk along the eroded cliffs gives you spectacular views of the ocean and the Montauk Point Lighthouse, which is maybe less than a mile away from where this spot was taken. The fire control tower remains out at the lighthouse property today. It's been given a new paint job since the early days. It is part of the property and is part of the National Historic Register property. Today it serves only as a storage facility for the Lighthouse Museum. There's been some talk of possibly renovating the building, but like everything else, time and money. But Camp Hero is still the big draw for World War II buffs, or even Air Force buffs who know the history of it. But by far, though, the main centerpiece of Camp Hero is the big dish. There were plans a few years ago to develop a museum focusing on World War II and the Cold War inside the concrete structure. But to date, no progress has been made in that direction. But for the history buff or the nature buff, a visit to Camp Hero will stir the imagination with its intriguing history at what has become over the years a seemingly magical and haunting place. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but that was just noise. But that noise was created by a band that goes by the name of the Montauk Project, and that was a titled track called Camp Hero, which I thought would be a fitting outro to that longer than planned presentation on Project Montauk, and hopefully you guys found that interesting, informative, entertaining, and dare I say possibly even educational. But we are almost concluded here in this pilot episode of Midnight in the Jungle, which I will intend to tweak a little bit and come up with a final format for before we get round to many more Midnight in the Jungles, if or not there will be any more Midnight in the Jungles here at Reality Decoding, determined on how well this pilot project was received. And if you are still watching or have just tuned in late to the proceedings, let me know what you think about the idea of Midnight in the Jungle, and should I continue with the tweaking to perfect it, or should I give up the ghost before I go any further? And as I said, I do have some intentions that quite possibly in the future, if we do continue with this project, that we will be opening up the phone lines and having a guest callers, which is something I actually have done before over at TSPTV. But as I mentioned earlier on at the start of this stream, that when you only have a few viewers tuning in and the numbers are small, it is a little bit difficult to fuel a phone-in show. But as I said, these are all ideas for the future, and Midnight in the Jungle was something that I was planning before I did take a temporary step away and enjoy a little bit of retirement from producing ship video productions, for the fact that very little or too few to even no one was tuning in to watch them. And what is the point in going to the lengths and trouble of producing, editing, researching all the content that goes into ship video productions if there's not going to be a return of reward at the end of it? And the only return of reward I really am looking at is for people to actually watch my videos. I don't really care about thumbs up, and to be truthful, as much as it is nice to have subscribers, it's sort of saddening to have subscribers that don't seem to watch, and all I really ever wanted people to do is watch my shit video productions, and if or not they find them entertaining, informative, or educational, that is purely coincidental, and bonus winner chicken dinner, guys. But thank you if you have stayed tuned to this stream this evening, Reality Decoded Midnight in the Jungle, which I mentioned again at the beginning is a tribute to the late great Art Bell and his famous radio show Midnight in the Desert. And if only just to put together a homage intro similar to that of Midnight in the Desert was a purpose enough to try once again to reignite and relaunch Reality Decoded and generate a little bit of interest. And if or not insanity is defined by doing the same things over and over and over again and hoping for different results, will again remain to be seen, if or not my latest attempt to do the same things over and over again by just changing things like the intros and titles and channel name will have any difference. I do not know, but keep on keeping on, never give up is a little bit of a motto that I have lived by, and let's hope that Midnight in the Jungle is the ticket to a more prosperous viewership here at Reality Decoded. So I was trying to drag this out to 4 hours and 20 minutes for the 420 numerology, but I am struggling for things to say at this given moment, as well as having a few important messages that are coming in I need to address. So guys, I'm going to thank you if you have stayed tuned throughout the duration, and if you have tuned in. And until next time, take care, may the force be with you, and be excellent to each other. This is RD signing out for now.
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.